All right, seeing that it is 11 a.m., I would like to call the Town of Belgrade Budget Committee meeting from December 5, 2021 to order. All right, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Can we just bypass? All right. I'd like to start with Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, I want to preface the meeting with a point of clarification. On our agenda, it does say that the public may view the meeting and participate online. By participation, what we mean is that you're able to watch the proceedings, but this is not a public hearing. This is a working meeting between the Budget Committee, the facility heads, the department heads, and the Select Board. So you're welcome to watch, but this is not your part for the public to weigh in and offer suggestions at this point. So seeing that, I would like to take a motion to open the meeting. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, Rick?
Yes.
Carol?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Barbara?
Yes.
All right, 5 yeses. We are now open for business. And first up on the agenda is the town manager's overview of the budget.
Yes, and first of all, I want to thank the budget committee because they were a great help in pulling this document together. And as you all know by now, the major portion, the major thing that we're going to be focused on throughout the day today is increasing our compensation packages, because we have found that we are having difficulty attracting employees and in some instances retaining them. And so the transfer station committee, which the transfer station is one of the facilities that's had the greatest challenge with that, suggested that we needed to increase our compensation packages in order to attract and retain talent. And so, working with the budget committee, we decided to, and I think the budget committee is endorsing an increase of $1.50 per hour for all town employees. So our lowest paid employee is earning, or regular employees earning $13.50 an hour. The goal is to get that position up to $15 an hour, and subsequently raise all the other salaries in accordance with that. On page 6, Nick has generated some comparisons of how we're comparing with other communities. You can see sort of across the board that we are behind when it comes to what our lowest wage is. And typically we are at lower level for retirement, and we're paying typically lower than on the premiums than most other towns. So we feel like if we not increase the compensation packages, we're going to eventually be lagging even further behind the curve. So this proposal consists of 4 components. The first is the wages. And as I said, there's a minimum rate of $15 per hour. Just anecdotally, we've had a couple of applicants who in recent weeks have turned down positions because either the wages and or the insurance was less than where they are currently working. So you can see that if we increase the everyone's wage to at least $15 an hour, and then had sort of the ripple effect of that $1.50 per hour across our staff, that the total cost of that would be about $107,000. And keep in mind that's in a $3 million budget. We also believe, because of how the budget shook out this year with per diems in the fire department, that we can also achieve $1.50 per hour rate increase for all of our volunteer firefighters just within the existing fire department wage budget. So for those folks, you won't see any increase in the budget. Health insurance premiums, we have been paying 90% for a few years now. And we are proposing that we increase that to 100% for the employee only. And if we pay that extra 10%, that comes at a cost of about $22,000. And there are many municipalities now that are also covering a portion of the family's health insurance. insurance. We're not proposing that, but we think this is an important step to at least get the employees up to 100%. Retirement contributions, Mary said our contribution has been at 3% since the 1990s. We're proposing increasing that to 5%, and that would come at a cost of $12,000. Now, Chief McKenzie is additionally recommending that we participate in the main PERS pension for full-time firefighters. That would be an effort to retain the two full-time firefighters that we currently have. This would be for full-time personnel, and in the future allow us to attract firefighters, because this is a common pension program in fire departments across our region. So if we were to do that, that would come at a cost of $13,000 per year for the town. So those are sort of the top three priorities. Lastly, merit raises, and so we have included at the budget committee's recommendation a 2% merit increase in this budget, and that would be at a cost of $21,000. So when you look at the departmental budgets, the increase in the departmental budgets this year is about $240,000, and of that, about $200,000 or 84% is related to this compensation package. So that's number one. Number two, we're still figuring out what we are doing with our code enforcement officer. So those numbers may change. We made an offer to someone on Friday, and that person and I are going to have another conversation about that on Monday. So that's still a little bit up in the air. One of the things that we're looking at doing, because you have to have someone who is licensed to do plumbing inspections from the get-go, and it would take this person time to earn their code enforcement certification, is hiring someone to sort of freelance or be our local plumbing inspector. And Dan and I were talking about this, and he suggested, and I think it's a good idea, that we may pay that person by the inspection and pass that cost along to the permit holder. And that way there's no cost to the taxpayer in funding that position. This budget does include a full-time custodian. That person would have some additional duties as well, transfer station and or facility maintenance. But that position would be at a cost of $46,464. Now, just as a source of comparison, Made for You has included a quote in this packet, and that begins on page 7 of $35,000 for the year for cleaning all of our facilities once a week, and then there'd be an additional $1,200 charge if we wanted to do a deep cleaning on our other facilities, like we recently got done at the Center for All Seasons. So that's something for you to consider: is what do we want to do? Do we want to contract that out, or which it would be at a lower cost, or do we want to hire a full-time position that would help us in some of our other areas where we're having trouble attracting and retaining employees? The budget committee did not reach a consensus on library staffing. This budget includes double staffing library for the 30 hours a week that is open, and that is for safety purposes. So that is something that you'll have to decide, is what is the level of staffing that you want at the library. We haven't always had double staffing at the library. However, we had some issues, and we want to make sure that that work environment is safe. As a comparison, we never let fewer than 2 people be at the town office alone at any one time. We're recommending doing with our capital reserves as we have done in the past, which is funding those through the undesignated fund, and we expect the undesignated fund to grow this year as a result of expenses being under budget and revenues being over budget. And so we are proposing that we populate those capital reserves at the same levels that we did this year. And that includes $100,000 for the well contamination remediation. Additionally, when it comes to capital reserves, we have 2 new proposals. One is for the creating a fire tower fund, which is something that we did have in the past. And Chief McKenzie and our rescue chief, Travis Burton, have said that if we were to populate that with an initial appropriation of $10,000, that would serve us well if we were to suffer some sort of catastrophic repair of our fire communication tower. So that's in the proposal. And then lastly, when it comes to the solid waste or to the capital reserve, we're proposing a new approach that has been endorsed by the transfer station committee, how we grow the solid waste. In the past, that's been a combination of putting unspent budget and excess revenues into the capital reserve. We're proposing an approach that gives us an opportunity to manage that a little bit more strategically, in that all of those funds would go into the designated fund, and then the select board would determine how much from the undesignated fund to pull back into the solid waste capital reserve. Ideally, we'd like to have $100,000 in that reserve that would, again, cover us if we were to have some sort of catastrophic failure of the hopper. Also, just on the solid waste front, we are recommending a warrant article this year to purchase a new skid steer. Our skid steer at the transfer station is nearing the end of its life. Ken has gotten some quotes on that. We can anticipate a cost of about $55,000 for a skid steer, but we could use our current skid steer. It's still got enough life in it to use that during the winter time for loading our trucks with sand and salt, and then we could do away with the cost of having to rent a skid steer during the winter months. So the budget committee was, I think, pretty enthusiastic about that. We recently executed the contract with Bernstein Sure for legal services. But that contract does not cover litigation, and so we are proposing an additional $24,000 in legal fees to cover any potential litigation that we might face in the coming year. And Budget Committee member Tom Dowd proposed that we create a legal fund, sort of a capital reserve for legal expenses with undesignated fund dollars. And we checked with the MMA, and they said that is allowed under law if we sufficiently specify how the funds would be used. So if we were to say, this is for litigation related to decisions made by the planning board, that would be sufficient. So that's one way that we could just see that if we don't spend all that money, and hopefully we wouldn't, we could just carry those dollars forward year after year. Lastly, we are recommending that we add some additional revenues to our revenue item that offsets the taxes this year. And mainly this is for transparency, but I think it would be good. We agreed it would be good for the taxpayers to know that $220,000 of our revenue comes from homestead exemptions and another $250,000 from municipal revenue sharing. Additionally, we could move the $14,000 for tree growth reimbursement into that. That would offset another $14,000 worth of property taxes. And we may want to consider pulling plumbing fees and building permits and applying those directly to the code enforcement costs. So people could sort of see that relation between the money that position helps to generate along with the expense that it incurs. Lastly, as I have in years past, I'm going to suggest that in your thinking today that you consider three key questions. Those are, first of all, are you satisfied with the level of service that each department is rendering? For instance, do we think that the transfer station is offering a level of service that's too high, too low, just about right? Number two, look at the department's total budget and let us know, are you comfortable with that figure? And if there is a concern, number three, what is the appropriate amount for a department's total budget? So just as an example, this year in the budget, you will see $102,000 budget for the library. If the board says, you know what, we think that's a bit too high, we think that we're more comfortable with a figure around $95,000, let us know, and then Jared and Nick and I and the library board will come back to you with a proposal for getting us down to that figure. So that is my spiel in a nutshell.
That was a big nutshell.
I
How many full-time employees do we have right now?
know. Let's see, we have 12 full-time employees, Nick, is that right?
Yeah, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the town office, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that doesn't include the janitorial position, 15, that's gonna be 13.
And,
Yeah.
and the person, if they take the code enforcement, that'd be 14.
That would, because that's replacing another full-time job. So
Okay.
one of those full-time jobs was between facility maintenance and the transfer station. Now that's a part-time position.
Reason I ask. is I understand that the benefit of pay increases. And I understand our insurance, we cover a little less in a lot of places. I think I'd like to look into funding an HSA for full-time people too, as a portion, like 2% of their salary towards an HSA, and then they can contribute if they decide to, because that's all before taxes, so that helps them gives them a tax deduction.
We can check with
I'm
Dave.
just curious.
Yeah, health trust.
Because a lot of places are starting to do that. You can, if you leave, you take your HSA with you.
Right.
So you can continue to add to it as you. Nowadays with healthcare costs.
If I might. Three things, two that the Budget Committee is very concerned about. One is the salt contamination. How are you going to fund that? Why isn't it closed? Why don't we have an agreement? From a budgeting standpoint, that's kind of a blank. There's money there, I believe now, but what's the end result going to be? The second thing is who's going to plow us out in 2 years? You have a contract now where the contractor has said they won't participate again and nobody else will either. So there needs to be probably some looking at how you're going to get over that big hump. And we think it's going to be a fairly big hump. But the contract's not going to get less, it's going to get more and more. The third thing is kind of a budget. It involves the budget committee only because it flexes how money is taken in, and that is, are you considering changing the fiscal year for the town? Those are the three things. The first two we consider extremely important. There's got to be money there to do it. And the first one probably needs to get done. The second one, you may have a little time, and I understand that there may be interest from somebody in doing it, so it may not be as big a thing as we think it might be. So those are our concerns. So take them for whatever they are. Tom was the one that had, no, I'm sorry, Tom.
So Tom was concerned.
No, we consider those big concerns. You got to do something. That's all I've got.
We do too.
No, I would certainly support what Gary has just said, particularly the provision for snow plowing contract out in a few years, because that has a real solid time fuse on it. But apart from that, I think a major challenge we face is how to present these figures. And I'm very satisfied with the work that has been done in looking at what other towns in the area have done and are doing salary-wise, because we do have a problem there. And I think that what other towns are doing is going to be very important as to what we do or don't do in terms of hiring people and keeping good people on the payroll in town as we need them. But how they're presented in the articles that are presented to the town in a take it or leave it, yes or no type ballot, which I think is going to be proposed. This is proposed for this town meeting, rather than having an open discussion on the articles on the floor of the town meeting. How this is proposed, because we're talking about a 10% level increase in the town budget. Now, the town people are going to look at the budget in respect to their taxes. I know schools have a big portion of it, but when it comes to voting on the town articles, the towns are going to see just those numbers. And I'm concerned about how these are presented in the articles, because they have to be presented in terms of the total costs and any offsetting costs of money from reserves or from other sources to get to a net impact on the taxpayer's bill. And they're going to have to understand that somehow. And they're looking, the town people will looking when they vote at what effect it has on their own personal tax bills. So that's my concern. That's my biggest concern. Apart from what Gary has mentioned.
By the way, there was absolutely no recommendation on shifting fiscal years. The budget committee is split. Several don't want to do it, several do. So I just throw it out there because it is a concern as far as being able to budget that period of time when you're shifting.
If I can add, yeah, by my calculations, the total of the departments, it's going up in those, what we have in front of us, 10.8%. And the payroll portion at almost $205,000, it's going up 9% as a portion of the budget. What that means, since it's going against the budget, the salaries must be going up more than 9% because the base is the total budget. It isn't just the labor that I'm measuring on. So there's definitely huge increases to labor. And I think in general, the budget committee was very sympathetic to basically being competitive. But there's more in this budget basically than just giving people decent raises and decent benefits. There's additional headcount essentially.
Well, where are the additional headcounts? There's one in the library that comes.
I think Anthony mentioned that potentially the janitorial position.
I think the select board is under a little bit of stress to get out of here on time, so.
No, the assistant rec director, was that not funded last year? So is that an additional
No, it
position
was funded.
that was funded?
And so this budget includes in addition to the recreation director, a 24-hour a week person. And that was something that Annie felt comfortable with. And then in addition to that, we of course have our after-school people who come in at the end of the day to help supplement the recreation work.
Nick, what's the total amount in the undesignated fund? Because we're looking at taking 345,000 out of that fund.
So at the end of fund balance end of the year, at the end of last year was 3,550,794.
And keep in mind, Melanie, that fluctuates throughout the year. And so it will go down until we collect taxes and then it will go back up. And so, but just as a source of comparison, at the end of December 2020, it was at 3.5 million. At the end of December 2019, it was at 3 million. And we are anticipating that that's going to grow, be above 3.5 million this year. And that's simply because we've spent very conservatively and we budget our revenue conservatively. And Nick and I were looking at the latest revenue report for the end of December. And just as an example, this blew our minds. As of the end of, November, we had collected more than $1 million in excise taxes. We budgeted $850,000, because we were budgeting conservatively. So that's just one example of how our revenues are exceeding the budget at this point.
How low did that figure get month by month during the year? That's the big question. It's not so much what
Yeah.
it is at the end of the year, it's what it looks like by the curve.
And so what Jack is talking about is the figure he's talking about is the undesignated fund. And if memory serves me correctly, Nick, it gets down as low as 2.5 million.
I think it was closer to 2 million. I don't
Okay.
think I went below 2 million.
Because I thought that we had calculated that if we did not take a TAN, we would dip down to like
Be
$500,000,
uncomfortable.
which would be an uncomfortable amount to have in your undesignated fund.
All right, are we ready to get rocking and rolling? All right. So we will start with the solid waste budget.
Hey, Ricky, are you able to hear us all right? Is the microphone working better now?
Some of it's better, some of it isn't. It's fine.
So speak up.
So the solid waste budget is on page 39 of your packet. And wanted to call your attention to one big cost increase this year, and that is on page 39, under services, line item 2013 disposal fund fees. And you see that we budgeted 129.5 in 2020. And in the coming year, we're budgeting $150,000. So Ken, do you want to talk about that first and
Well,
foremost?
the increase is mainly to take care of, we have a 3% increase coming in July for waste management, for waste removal to begin with. And then on top of that, we have pretty much doubled the amount of wood that we've been taking in as far as demo wood. I would say 80 to 85% of that is coming in directly from Hammond lumber. Because we've doubled, the amount that we have there right now is normally a 2-year pile. We've done that in 1 year. We had it cleared last September. There was no demo right there, and it's full again in 1 year. So that's really where the increase has come in. There's also been an increase by $20 a ton to remove that demo wood. And everything is just gone up.
And just so you guys know, on the revenue side, we budgeted $25,000, which is the usual number that we budgeted for solid waste. And as of the end of November, we had collected nearly $55,000 in revenue. And so again, that's why we're proposing, just let all that money shift into the undesignated fund. And then whatever amount that we need back to help build the solid waste capital reserve, do that. And so if we have a good year where we don't have to use the capital reserve, then there's no need to pull money out of the undesignated fund the following year. So we're able to just better sort of manage where we want that figure to be.
So Ken, when I look at 2019 and the actual was 85, and 2019, 85.8, and we're looking at 150 now. That's almost doubled.
That was the actual back in 2019 was 85,000. And then in 2020, it went up to 150. Right?
Right. So why such an astronomical jump between those two?
I'd have to go back and look at the actual year for that. I believe in 2020, we didn't recycle a lot, so a lot more of it was going into the trash rather than being recycled. So I'd have to bet that our revenues were down that year also.
Because I remember asking that, how much that was
Yeah.
going to cost us if we were putting the recycling into the hopper.
Yeah.
And that's double.
Substantial.
Yeah.
And you responded to me the other day at the transfer station when I asked you if you had numbers on tonnage and costs for disposal going back year by year.
Yep.
And you responded very quickly. I was amazed at how fast you got the numbers out. But you gave me a sheet and it showed in 2020, we had MSW deliveries, just MSW through the hopper of 1,165 tons. And that was about, almost 15% higher than the three previous years. Well, that 2020 went up considerably. At the same time, our tonnage for the list of saleable materials that you gave me, it doesn't include the iron, by the way. I need to ask you about that.
It does not, you're right.
But that tonnage went down from the range of 140 to 160 down to 127. So that dropped maybe 20
Right.
tons, which 20 tons there, but it was up 115 tons or so on the municipal solid waste side.
There's the difference right there.
So in 2021, when recycling was back up, is that not reflected here?
Okay, so 2021 year to date,
Yeah,
Maybe we can have some explanation on that. That number,
Yeah, so we'll be getting a credit back hopefully this week. And that should drop it down to at least 120 of expended. So really, that really is 120,000 of the 129,000 budget. Head by accident. So we'll be sending that back.
and we also have to keep in mind that I'm having a little bit of an issue getting rid of Freon items. Company that evacuates the Freons, that has not gone. They're shorthanded. And I was told it would be done right after, they would be here right after Thanksgiving. Talked to them yesterday, they'll be here around Christmas. So, so geez, what am I gonna do with all these refrigerators?
What's it cost us to have those?
And under 50 units, $8 a unit, over 50 units, to have them evacuated. And then the evacuated units we get, right now, they're paying 170 a ton that we're getting back to that. That's right now.
What do we pay for the demo wood now? For disposal of the demo wood?
The disposal of the demo wood last year when it was removed was $60 a ton. And, this year it's $80. It went up $20 a ton for removal of the demo wood.
And you think that 90% of that or so, if I understood you correctly, is coming through Hammond Lumber?
Yeah, about 80 to 90%. I mean, our revenue from Hammond Lumber is somewhere around $16,000 on that pile of wood. And we're thinking it's about $20,000 to have it removed. It's hard to say what the weight is. I mean, there's a lot of pallets in there that weigh nothing. I mean, a lot of pallets and crates that come in every week. We get 3 truckloads come in from Hammond Lumber. Take up a lot of space.
Now, is that just lumber? That's not the cardboard cartons and stuff like that?
No, just like that. No, we're talking just lumber. Right now.
Just lumber?
Yeah.
Is that generated in Belgrade or is it
It's
generated
coming from Hammond Lumber.
throughout their whole system? Are they bringing in material?
I
from-
have to assume it's coming from, I can't, I really don't know the answer to that.
I don't know, I do a lot of work on the trucks and I don't see a lot of the trucks being shipped in with empty pallets and stuff. I mean, they have transfer trucks, but they usually transfer goods.
I'm amazed at so much demo wood that comes from them.
Yeah, they're also, I don't know what they used to do with all that colored lumber stuff, that's all twisted or split, but that's all coming to us now. We never used to get that much.
Chandler Road.
Yep.
Page 40. We went from about $500 a year. We budgeted $1,500 for 2021. And is that because we didn't do any of the work in 2020? So
No,
that,
we're doing the work every year, just over the past few years. Chandler Road is on page 41.
page 40. Because we're budgeting 800 for it. So what are we doing there each year?
So all we do at Chandler is mow. That's it. We just bush hog it. There's no other testing going on there. So the previous 2 years were $487.50. This past year was $585. So we don't really need to budget at $1,500. We're budgeting at $800 just in case, we don't know next year. Fuel prices, the price may go up a little bit, just to be safe, but we don't need to budget $1,500. Just history shows us that.
But we don't need to do any monitoring there.
No monitoring.
Does anybody else
So I
have
have
any
2 quick questions for the
Solid waste?
board about this budget. And one is, what do you think about the recommended approach for the solid waste capital reserve?
What I don't want is I don't want us over budgeting line items with the anticipation that we're gonna over budget, and then we're gonna move that money to the undesignated fund. And then we're gonna be like, just kidding, folks, we're gonna raise your taxes, all this, but we're gonna take some of that out of the undesignated fund.
Well,
So I don't want it for it to look like we are over budgeting so that we can then have a revenue source to take that back
Yeah.
from.
and I understand that, and I think we're sensitive to that. I mean, we worked really hard the last 2 years to try to hold the tax rate where it was, despite increases in the school and the county budget. So I agree. I mean, we don't want to soak the taxpayer, for sure. But I think, one of the benefits of that approach, Melanie, would be that, again, if we have a good year, where we don't have to pull anything from the capital reserve, we don't have to pull anything from the undesignated fund into that. And so, again, it allows us to sort of manage that a little bit more strategically from year to year. And when I, first talked with Kenny and with Bruce about this, I think it's fair to say they were enthusiastic about that approach and the transfer station committee. So I'm just wondering, is this something that you want us to move forward with, or do you want us to sort of just do what we've always done?
Well, the big unknown there is the operation of the transfer station, the compaction unit, the transfer station itself.
What do you mean?
Well, that's a fundamental part of the transfer station. That thing has to operate. If that doesn't operate, we're in trouble. Everything has to go on compactable.
Right.
And that's a tremendous cost. It starts right then and there. So how much it would cost, a procedure for replacing that or doing whatever has to be done to keep that place in operation
Mhm.
needs to be budgeted for somehow.
Yeah. And so that's sort of where we arrived at the $100,000 figure, as Kenny and Bruce said. If something catastrophic were to happen to the hopper, that would cover us. Kenny, correct?
Yes.
Do we
Wasn't long
currently
ago,
have
somebody
funds
drove
there?
into the hopper.
Huh?
Wasn't long ago, somebody drove their truck into the hopper. And I was a fairly good size bill on that, wasn't there?
No, actually.
Wasn't- it didn't-
No, I
yeah.
had them come in and inspect it.
But it
check
happened.
all our wells. It's put us down for a day.
Yeah.
That's for sure. We can throw anything in the hopper.
So you never know when something's gonna happen to that thing, and I think Jack's right. Without it, you're in kind of big trouble.
Yeah.
How many tons do you get when you ship bulky waste? How many tons in a container?
In a
8?
container of bulky waste, typically between 6 and 8,
Okay,
on the outside,
how many
10.
tons do you get when you compact?
17, 18.
Okay, so there's 10 tons.
I can squeeze 20 in it. They just-
10 tons of difference. So the difference between the cost of shipping bulky waste and 10 tons.
Well, I mean, MSW, I can never get 6 tons in one of those.
So you
containers.
you can easily figure what it would cost if that thing is down.
Oh, yeah.
So are there any funds right now as an emergency fund designated for the transfer station?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe it's 43,000.
I think at the end of this year, an extra 10,000, another $10,000 will go into that. So it'll be $53,000 unless we spend some out, which we know we're gonna do with the compactor.
An extra 10 will go in at the end of the year from what?
So under the warrant article that was approved this year, $5,000 in unspent monies from this year's budget and $5,000 above budgeted revenue are going into the solid waste capital reserve, and then the rest of that is going into the undesignated fund.
Okay, and then we took some out of that capital reserve
Well,
for
we're-
the office and stuff, correct?
no, that was budgeted. That
What was it
budgeted.
we took out of the capital?
Well, what
reserve?
we did is, remember, for the cement pad,
Was
but we had the
5,000.
voters
Okay.
approve moving money from the undesignated fund into that capital reserve in order to pay for that project. So that was a wash.
Okay.
But the other thing that we know that's coming down the pike is the compactor container. We can, approximately $20,000 for that project.
So if we ended the year right today, we have 53, we'd really only be moving 47,000. We assumed everything is paid.
Correct.
So we're not moving another 100, so that we have a total.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense that we have it sitting there ready to spend if we need it.
And where do I find the 20,000 that we're potentially budgeting for that new container?
Well, that would be out of capital reserve.
Okay. So we would not. So if we have a project and the intention is to take it out of capital reserve, are we not going to reflect it on
That's
the
a good,
actual
that's a good
budget?
point. We do need to have a line, that probably the special projects line item would be placed to reflect that.
Because
cost.
right now, special projects has 10,000.
Yeah.
So what's the anticipated use for that 10,000?
Well, that's what was used for the office.
Right, but we're asking for 10,000. Do we have an
Oh,
anticipated
So
use for
talk
that
about,
10,000?
what would happen with the brush pile.
Oh, yeah, okay, so we have all of the debris, I shouldn't say debris, all the fill that was removed from the paving that we did last year. That, we're looking to move that up where the brush area is, because that area, that whole area up there is really, basically needs to be scraped. It's turning to compost underneath, so it's extremely muddy and really soft. So just to scrape that back and move that fill up top and level that area up and kind of shore it up a little bit, because it is starting to fall apart. And it would also expand that area slightly. That's what the anticipation is for that $10,000.
So it'll cost 10,000 for us to take material that we already have, move it from one.
We have to hire somebody to move it and level it out, yeah. We don't own equipment big enough to do.
And you were talking earlier about replacing skid steer. Is there any, what's the,
So that's, we didn't put it in here because we didn't have direction from you. But what we are proposing is a warrant article, or if you wanted to include it in the budget, for a new skid steer. And that was gonna be my second question is
Well,
what do you guys
that,
think about
that
that?
is where we put stuff though. We don't
we don't want it
guess,
separate.
we don't guess where it's gonna be. Because I don't want us to be in this like, oh yeah. And that was that side piece that we did over there.
Okay,
We want everything that's anticipated in the budget in front of us.
okay.
So then we know exactly what we're looking at and not that there might be an additional 45,000 sitting over here for something.
Okay, so what do you guys think about the skid steer? Because if you want to do that, we'll put that into this budget.
What's the cost of a new skid steer?
Approximately 55,000.
So that would eliminate the rental, which this year to date is over $6,000. Is that what the skid steer?
No, the rental of the skid steer, Barbara, occurs in the facility maintenance budget because what happens is we rent a skid steer in order to fill up the plow trucks with sand and salt.
I see, so it's not in this budget.
Correct.
Okay.
So then would the cost of purchasing a new skid steer be split between the transfer station and the facilities maintenance?
No, so what we would do is we would take the skid steer that we have currently at the transfer station and we would move that over to facility maintenance and repurpose it for that. And then we could eliminate the renting of the skid steer by facility maintenance. So the skid steer has got a lot of hours on it, but the limited number, it could accommodate the limited number of hours that facility maintenance puts on it, but it's not going to last much longer given the number of hours it has at the transfer station because they use it every single day.
what you think about it?
Ricky, you want to weigh in?
It's probably time to do that. That would be a good place for the other one. Instead of renting it, we pay like $800 a month for 6 months or whatever they get it for. So wouldn't take long to get your money back.
And it looks like, so, but are we still paying for repairs on the skid steer that we're renting?
No, so the skids, the repairs that you see in here, that's the skid steer that we own.
Okay. So we own one and we rent one.
Correct. And the one that we own is at the transfer station. The one that we rent is at facility maintenance.
They can use it for a lot more than just loading sand. So, I mean, cleaning up around that place, cleaning up the sand around the town office and the other buildings. They can use it a lot of places.
And where's that figure under facilities maintenance? For the rent, where's that, how much is that rent?
Ricky's right, it's $800 a month.
800. Oh, that's tractor rental?
You have it for 5 months, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, Ricky.
No, because don't we also rent a tractor? So we have a tractor rental and a skid steer rental?
No, just this steer that they rent from, it's called in Waterville, rental place in Waterville.
So then is that what we're looking at with the tractor rental? Do we not rent a tractor?
I think it's the same thing. I mean, Chris will be here later. We can double check that with him, but I believe that line item. It is?
I'm pretty sure. it is, but-
They used to rent a tractor. The first
Right.
year they rented a tractor and then they switched to us.
Yeah.
If it's $800, that's what it is.
I just want to make sure we were not renting more than one thing, because I remembered us approving rental of a tractor. So I didn't remember us approving a rental of a skid steer. So, and I was like, do we have two things we're renting? Because renting it was gonna be more beneficial. Now, I thought the reason that we were renting the tractor was because it was gonna be more economically feasible for us to rent a tractor for the limited amount of time that we were gonna use it than it would be for us to purchase it. But then at some point in time, we decided instead of renting a tractor, that we would rent a skid steer instead. Because the cost was,
The tractor won't reach up over the side of the truck. That's one of the biggest reasons. You'd have to get a fairly big tractor to reach up over to load the sand. The skid steer will reach up over it.
okay, when did we switch from the tractor to the skid steer?
First year,
So it's been a couple of years then? Because it seems like somewhere around 2019 maybe was when we were talked about renting the tractor.
I don't even think they did a tractor. I think it was a skid steer right from square one.
When I was out in treasurer, it was always a skid steer. There was no tractor then.
It was the tractor at one
Was
point.
the first year it was the tractor, but they were having issues, like Ricky said, they were having issues, it didn't reach high enough to fill up the sander on the truck. That's the following year they went to a skid steer. So it's a higher reach.
Okay, so how many years have we been renting? I'm just like thinking if it would have been more beneficial for us in the beginning, if we were gonna switch to have just looked at purchasing it instead of renting it.
Well, since 2019, when I was here.
No, at this
How
point.
long?
Oh, we didn't do it, so.
Right, but it's $7,000 a
Less,
year.
it was when Les Devitt took over that department.
Yeah, I think it's when Gary.
When Gary left, yeah.
Well, if we're gonna replace the skid steer, I'd prefer to see it
Okay,
in this
but,
budget.
but that is something that, am I hearing correctly, that the board is supportive of?
Well, it sounds like we're gonna need it, so
Okay,
I don't like spending money, but I don't know the equipment, and if Ricky's saying, yeah, it's about time, then I'm gonna for Ricky,
And were we renting it not for the whole year?
no, just to load the sand.
Just for-
4 months, I believe. This maintenance. 4 or 5.
Because it looks like 2021, we budgeted 8,400, so.
well,
and then-
but keep in mind, Melanie, that's just one rental expense. So there are other rental expenses through the course of the year for facility maintenance.
Oh, see, I'd like that spelled out, because this says just tractor rental.
It probably should be skid steer rental rather than
Right.
tractor rental.
Exactly, because if it's not a tractor, and if we rent other stuff.
They tried a John Deere tractor for a while and it would just, they almost tipped it over. It was not feasible for doing what they were doing. So the next year, the skid steer.
So we want to add into this budget somewhere, looking at the purchase of a skid steer
To solid waste.
to the solid waste budget, if that's where it would be used.
And would that come out of capital reserve fund?
Well, so you could either raise and appropriate for that, use a portion of your capital reserve, you could pay for it out of the undesignated fund. But if we pay for it out of the capital reserve, we're gonna be, that balance is gonna be sort of right back where we are right now
Right, and that doesn't help the replacement of the
hopper.
hopper when we need to.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to be right there. I'd rather raise and appropriate, that way the people know what's going on, rather than just transferring money from.
So,
I like doing that, so that people can see what's going on.
so in doing so though, would you want a separate article for that?
What we normally do.
I would think you'd want to, because if there's a lot of stuff you're gonna be buying here, if the taxpayers decide they don't want to spend the money on a skid steer, it's not gonna ruin the rest of the budget it takes to run the transfer station.
Right, if you take
Yeah.
55 grand out and not 328,000.
Yeah.
What did we say, the rental for present skid steer at the sand and salt
Facility.
shed goes?
Facilities
It's on-
budget.
it's on page 30.
On page 30.
You said there are other rental items included in that. So it's 800 a month for 4 months.
Approximately, yes.
Because there's a section in it for sand and salt shed. I didn't see it there.
What do you mean, Jack?
Under the facilities budget, there's a separate section for sand and salt shed. I didn't see it there. Page 32.
Under general.
Yeah, it's just under the general facility maintenance budget.
Okay.
If this is a one-time large expense, it would seem to make sense to separate it. Otherwise, your budget next year is gonna be, we're gonna skew what the budget cost is, because we have a one-time expense as opposed to an ongoing budget item. So
It's a capital.
I'm thinking it would make more sense to separate it out and let people know what it's for, but then your budget doesn't get skewed year to year saying, well, why did that happen? Looking back and forth.
Yeah, that's a good point, because this is an operational budget, and the skid steer would be a capital expense.
So is the question, do we raise and appropriate? I mean, how do we do that?
Separate warrant article.
A separate warrant article, that's. Make a note, make one, move on.
Does anybody else have anything? What's that, Rick?
We're gonna be back on this again, so they can draft up an article for that skid steer, and when we put it the next time, we'll deal with it.
Yep.
Right now isn't really the time to be dealing with writing an article.
All right, does anybody else have anything on the solid waste budget? Seeing none, let's move on to public safety.
Everybody have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you
Best
too.
you can.
So the public safety budget begins on page.
Ken, won't you stay?
Yeah, I'm saying.
You're not gonna get your sandwich.
Dan can't be here, so here I am.
And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, one of the biggest items here is the addition of the pension, which is on page 21, line item 1015, at a cost of $13,000 to the town.
Yeah, the only problem I have with pension for going to the main PERS. But you gotta bear in mind, if you've worked a lot of years in that social security, you're gonna lose a lot of your social security. You can't double dip with the state.
I thought that was teachers only.
No,
Anybody?
It's anybody, and it's a federal thing. It's an agreement the
Yeah.
feds have with the state, and we've been fighting with that in the criminal justice.
so the other
Committee
thing
this
is,
year.
you can pay into both. So
You can-
there's an option to pay into.
You can
both,
pay into
which
both, but it
covers-
still eliminates a lot of your social
I
security.
know it does, it reduces it, and especially if you're over 40 years of age.
Yeah, so.
Is this the employees asking to do with it?
Well, we're trying, because as you know, fire and EMS, short-staffed, everyone's competing for the same group of people. Manpower is way on the low side, and we're looking
So you're
at,
looking at this as a perk.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then maybe it isn't that big a perk.
It all depends.
Depending on
It
how
depends on
the
how long you've
individual
been paying
looks
into
at it,
social
yeah.
security and stuff. So it's something you need to look at before we actually do it.
The windfall.
Windfall,
The
yeah.
windfall is what it's called.
Like a lot of, like Scott can speak up to Augusta Fire, they do it, that's a desired thing. Because it's-
I want accountability,
Is it mandatory
sadly.
for each employee that's full-time?
That in Augusta, that's the only option you have,
They're,
and that's why we have it.
right,
Because who wants to be a firefighter after 25 years of breathing smoke? You're not gonna be one. We're gonna be on a ventilator, sitting at home watching a fire truck.
But Dan's right, it does affect social security.
right. But it's 25 years, and I think it pays,
Sorry, 80%, when you can work over 25
80%
years.
of your existing pay?
Your best 36 months.
Okay, that's 3 years.
yeah.
And I mean, if that's what if they want to do, I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure that people are aware that it does affect it, because
I mean,
my
us
wife
as
has state
Yeah.
retirement, and she's had social security. She's gonna get state retirement, she's gonna get $200 a month in social security.
Right.
So just,
This is
Ones are away.
this particular plan they're looking at is set up for firefighters. That's why it's a 25-year retirement. It's just the competition's so heavy right now because it's such a small pool of people, and every town is trying to get more full-time employees because it's just a tough career right now.
And that's why Dan McKenzie was so interested in this. One is, we really value Travis and Danny. We want to do what we can to keep them here. And, we're super fortunate that we have two local people working on our fire department. So that's number one. And then number two is at some point, we're going to have additional full-time employees, and this is a way to help attract those applicants.
As of this morning, Brewer has a $20,000 amount that they're gonna pay any new policeman that comes in. They have to have some background, but they're paying $20,000.
As a signing bonus.
Yeah,
a lot of places are doing that now.
Just on I-95, if you go from Bangor to York County, we pulled the city of Augusta, or the Union of Augusta, pulled 12 departments, so looking for 200 people, 200 firefighters.
Yep.
And there's not 200 out there that are willing to move. All we're doing is stealing from other departments. Like, we could come and grab Travis and Danny and say, hey, 25 years you're out. Our pay may not be the same, but you also have different schedules. I only work 96 days a year.
What does Oakland do for their firefighters?
Full time,
Oakland is looking at, from what I've heard, they're looking at going to full-time. They're having meetings about it. They're in the preliminary stages. I've also heard, I can't pull this, but they're gonna be paying, like, starting pay, like $22 an hour possibly. So, as an EMT. Again, don't quote me that, but that's what I've been hearing.
Everybody's looking at increasing someone, whether it's going full-time or whether it's adding ambulances or something. Because it's an undesirable job anymore, so they're trying to make it better or more desirable by the retirement by. Pay is always something, and that's, well, as you guys know, looking at budget books, it's not that easy to say, all right, we're just gonna bump up to $30 or $30 an hour for firefighter, paramedic, and see what happens. We don't have that. You know?
And it's all over. It's private ambulance services. They have, it seems like it's rare that they're fully staffed.
Right.
Every day they're shutting trucks down.
And this started before COVID. This isn't just COVID. People are getting burnt out of this thing. So the more you can do for
people they have. people who's already up there.
Yeah, I mean, the state's even doing, we had something go through last year that they're looking at retirement for volunteers.
Mhm.
You know, it's just, you're gonna have to, it doesn't affect the people that are already the volunteers, but new people
Right.
coming in. And I have no problem with this as long as, you know,
We have a good
everybody's
fire-
aware of how it affects.
We have a good fire department. Being a frequent rider, it's whatever they can get to keep them going, you really ought to do.
I was over here like, we don't have a good fire department. Ours kind of kicks ass.
Thank you, we really, we
Is that
appreciate
quoted
that, we try.
somewhere?
That's one of the reasons too, I really
Is
think
it
we ought to
gonna
look
be
into the
optional
HSA,
for fire department
you know,
members
offering like
to
2% of
join
their salary.
first or not? Because for some people, they should really look at the windfall. Because
Yeah.
it's huge.
I
It's
believe
one of the
it will
reasons
be,
I left Augusta, because it's your best years of paying. That's where it's going to affect you.
I
yeah.
believe it's gonna be optional, but
It's gonna be optional.
I think Augusta is probably part of the community.
It was part of our union contract.
Yeah.
Well, that's what got us just full staff, is we started pulling people from Delta, from wherever, because they
And it's
wanted.
good if you're young.
Right,
If you start
well,
young.
you need,
But if you're
we need young
not,
people.
and you're at a certain age,
Right.
and you go from social security to
Totally,
main first,
100% agree.
the windfall is huge to your retirement, huge.
but this is an old man game anymore, so we're looking to recruit. in the future, younger
Absolutely.
people. I mean, I think what we figure out our median age on Belgrade, volunteers and everything's close to 50.
And it's an old state,
And so, yeah,
so.
and
Trev, on page 21, under membership dues, there's this new I am responding program.
Yeah, so that's something we started last year. It's just it's integrated with all our members and our phones. So we get the text page on that program before the call even happens. It also allows us, there's a lot more we can do with that. We can send out messages to different groups, like I can send out a message to the rescue group that'll be training this night. We can mark dry hydrants, we can do all kinds of stuff with that. A lot of the towns are using that. It's just a good tool.
So we went up like 1,200 between
Yeah, so
2020 and 21, and now another 1,000. Is there something else in
Yeah,
there?
so it's adding in the I am responding. There's also, we have a compressor in the station that fills our air bottles. And the fee for the yearly testing on that's like, it's like 800 and something dollars. So we got charged just for maintenance on that. Because it has to be, they have to do an air quality test with that
Has to
every
be
year.
certified.
Yeah.
So would that go under something under professional services and not under
Well, I mean,
membership
we
and
could
dues?
look at splitting it up. Right now, it's not split up, so that's where we put it.
Because if we've got the other testings under professional services, it makes sense to scoot that into that section.
Yeah, I mean, we could definitely do that. Category for the air compressor.
And then up under benefits, under services, you
Yep.
have budgeted 2021 for emergency 300, nothing expended 19, 20, or 21. What is that 300?
What line item? are you looking at?
So
Very top of the page.
top of the page, it's like benefits and says personnel services, emergency, and then management.
Oh, that's the EMA
Oh.
position.
That's,
Emergency management is the same thing.
it is a stipend for the emergency management coordinator, which is Jeremy Dameron, and Jeremy has simply never accepted the stipend.
Melanie, can I ask what Rome is paying this year for the services?
Yes, you may.
So Ricky, can you repeat that question, please?
How much is Rome gonna pay this year toward services that we provide to them?
So when you say this year, are you talking about 2021 or 2022?
Oh, you're muted, Rick.
22.
Okay, so the agreement is that they would pay half, so we would present them with half of the cost.
Right, whatever's decided.
But is half the cost of just the person? Half the cost of the whole service, the rescue, supplies, or is it half the price of the person?
Yeah, that's right. It's half of the cost of essentially what Danny costs us. Just the person. There's nothing in there for supplies or anything else.
And would they pay half the cost of the pension?
We would propose that, yes.
So I guess my question is, this has kind of burned me since we did it. Why won't we be paying the whole price of the second person if we're not charging them anything for the vehicle or we're not charging them for anything besides a person? I mean, in a way, maybe we ought to have room cover us. See how that works. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, but I know they couldn't do it, but I don't think paying just half the price of the person is a good deal for the town of Belgrade. We've been going up there a lot.
So I guess the question I would ask is, what percentage of our calls are in Rome versus Belgrade?
I don't have those numbers. in
But
front of me, but,
approximately.
I think, if I remember right, as of the end of October, we were at like 300 and actually, if you bear with me, I might have a text message I can pull up.
I mean, I don't need this right now, Travis. I just want us to look at it. Look at that. If we should have more. I really think we should be.
Calls to Rome, if I remember right.
75 through October?
I think so.
Okay.
So that's about 25%.
And that's out of 300.
300 and something, yeah.
So if we
It's
figure
about
20,
25%,
yeah.
25 to 30%.
I can give you guys those exact numbers if you want them, for sure.
All I'd like you to do is look at this and see if we should be charging them more. That's what I'm asking for. I think
Maintenance on the truck, fuel.
Right.
everything, not just the person. All of a sudden, we're gonna have to buy a new rescue truck and, Belgrade's gonna put the bill on everything.
I'm gonna pick a couple more spots here. Travis,
Sure.
are you all set there, Rec?
I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Page 22, under special projects, repairs and maintenance, the tower.
Yep.
So 1199 was expended in 2021, but then there's nothing budgeted for 2022.
Anthony can probably touch base on that. We had some pretty good expenses there because we were having radio issues and a tech spent like 2 days up there trying to problem solve it.
And so again, what we're proposing is to create a fire tower fund, a capital reserve to cover those costs moving forward.
Right.
Instead of paying them out of the operational budget.
Because those expenses, you could have none one year, and then all of a sudden you have a bunch of repairs to do, or you need a new repeater, or it's kind of, what to plan on with that.
And shoot, there's my other question.
So while we're on that topic, are you guys agreeable to a fire tower fund? With the appropriation of $10,000?
We don't know yet. I don't know yet.
There used to be one, but it disappeared like other couple. Yeah. Rome, and I believe it was Sydney and Oakland, we used to pay in when they were all on tower, on our tower. And then they all split off on their own, and then we just had Rome and Belgrade. So we used to get $300, whatever it was a year. And it was put into that account for a break that Rome, so that was all. it was.
Yeah, Rome still.
And I think, Rome, I think still pays in $300 or whatever it is a year. But it doesn't go into an account just for that tower.
So what happens to that then?
Well, it goes into the general fund, and then when we spend it out of the general fund. And so, if we were to create a capital reserve, that money would be specifically for that, and it would be there whenever we needed it. And we picked the $10,000 figure because, again, In the case of a catastrophe, Chief McKenzie felt like that would cover our bases.
That would seem to make more sense if it's not part of a regular operational budget, or that it be set somewhere so you can pull it, so you're not building it in
Right.
every year, carrying it over, putting it at one, pulling it out. Seems a little, seems clearer to voters and whatever to say, this is here, this is what it's for.
And we're fairly lucky, we don't even own the tower that it's, our radio sits in and our antenna sits in. We've just been given the space to use right now. So we own all the equipment in it, we just don't own the tower by that. And at some point that could change. And then we have the money to move or pay somebody for rental or whatever it may be. So better get ahead of this and get one.
All right, page 9, under electricity.
That's probably under facilities, but I might be able to answer the question.
So did we do some shifting or something? So under services, we've got electricity, and this is under street lighting. So we had 3,500 was used in 2020. No, we budgeted 3,500, used 430, but we're budgeting 3,500 again.
Yeah, so that's not Travis's. That's not Travis's. So, so Nick, talk about the credits that we got this year as part of the street lighting.
Well, what page are we on?
So we're on page
We're on page
23.
23. And if this doesn't have to do with the fire department, then why is it under this one?
Well, because street lighting is considered a public safety. So fire and rescue is one division, if you will, under this budget, the public safety budget. Street lighting is another.
Oh, I see.
Okay, gotcha.
Animal control.
Well, I think we bought the streetlights, I think the beginning of this year,
Mhm.
and when we bought that, I guess we had a huge credit from CMP. So we haven't, I think we paid our first street lighting bill in October. So the whole year, we've had a credit that it's been taken out of for the entire year. So that's why that's so low. I'm sure we'll have a December bill or November bill, but we paid once already.
Okay, but the expense under street lighting is, that includes the purchase of the lights, the 12,000?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes, yes.
Okay. And the 430, that's what it's cost us to operate.
Yeah.
That's just the charge for, that's what CMP has charged us
Right.
to date for the year for electricity.
You got a credit. when we bought it.
Yeah.
But are we more likely, you know, when I go back and look at 19 and 20 under the electrical services, we were at 8,700.
Well, that's before we got the LED light.
Yep.
So we're anticipating significant savings with that line.
So that 430.08, is that an actual bill from October or is that just a?
I think that's part of October. Like I said, we bought it at the beginning, so that also might include November, January's as well. I can't remember exactly when we bought it. I can pull it up. One sec.
Yeah, because if
I'm
it's
just-
$400 a month, then 3,500 isn't going to cover it.
Well,
For
if
the
it's $400 every 2 months, and you're still looking at cover.
Well, and I think that's not a full month's worth of service.
Right, it's also a credit. yeah.
Okay,
One
so $430, if it's more than that a month, and you got 12 months,
So what I recall, Dan, we were budgeting.
So our first bill in January was $378.83, then we bought it. And our bill in October, for October, was $51.25. And I think we had like, I want to say $75 credit on that bill still, so I think it was around $125 or something like that.
yeah, but what I'm getting at, you're talking a bill in January, and then another bill till October.
Right, so when we bought it, for whatever reason, CMP gave us a credit, and every bill that we've gone since has been chipping away at that credit.
Okay,
And then.
but how
that-
much have the bills been since we installed them? How much a month?
Oh, I would have to go pull a bill. to find
Because that figure, that $3,500 doesn't sound right.
out. Okay,
Well, and we haven't, so the reason that we budgeted that, it was based upon a percentage of what we had budgeted previously, which I think was about $10,000 a year. we haven't had a full year's experience with the LED lighting to sort of know what the experience is gonna be. So for instance, in December and January and February, the bills are gonna be higher than they are in June, July, and August, simply because of the number of daylight hours that they're.
Yeah, the street those LEDs is not gonna make that much difference.
Well, and all I'm
You
saying,
don't, even when you use them, you're not using that much electricity.
but all I'm saying is we haven't had a full year's experience with that, so we really don't have a good handle on exactly what the cost over the course of an entire year.
But when we grab a sandwich, can you just give me a month? like
Yeah, I can do that.
April or
Absolutely,
something.
yeah.
I just want to multiply that by 12.
Yeah.
You know, you're kind of getting towards more light. And,
Right,
you know,
right.
it's not as dark, and that should give us a ballpark.
Definitely.
Well, and if we did the conversion and we bought them in January, when was our full conversion done?
I know we purchased them in January,
Yeah,
and I don't know when.
They
that
had
was
to have been run,
complete.
they had to have been running by April.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, they were up
So,
pretty quickly after. as soon
Give
as
me a
we-
number for April, so I can
yeah, as
multiply
soon
that
as
by
we signed
12.
a contract.
all right, well, I'm done quizzing Travis. Anybody else have anything for him?
Thank you, guys.
No? Thank you.
We do.
All right, so I do have a question under page 24, under the health officer.
Yes,
So what we did then was did we pay a health officer twice?
no. So remember, over the course of the year, we had two health officers. We paid one while she was our health officer. Then when Jennifer Clemens came on board, we paid her as well. So it should be just the 400, but because we had two of them, we made two payments this year.
You mean like our extrication? Yeah, yeah.
Because it looks like it was budgeted 450 in 2021, but we paid 400.
No, so.
But are we
so-
looking to
so look,
increase
Across the wages line item, personnel, we budgeted 400. And then in the transportation, we budgeted $50, just in case the health officer claims some mileage or something. So the total budget for the health officer is 450, but of that 400 is the stipend.
Gotcha.
Okay. See what it does.
All right, I'm done with that. Does anybody else have anything under public safety? All right, seeing none, let's move on to the library.
So that budget is on page 54.
I was gonna tell you to get in the hot seat, but you'll beat me to it.
So again, for us, the main question is, what level of staffing does the board want? This budget has 2 people on duty for the 30 hours that the library is open. Of course, here has another 10 hours in addition to that.
No, I remember proposing this a few years back because the policy, that was not a written policy in the town of Belgrade, but was a practice policy, was that there would be no one person alone in a building at any time for safety. And what we were told at the time was we were not going to budget for that other person because volunteers would be able to cover that time when we needed a second person at the library. Is that not the case anymore? And we wanna hire another part-time person?
Having worked there, we never had volunteers there for full coverage like that. There's like 2 9-hour days in the week, and we've never had a volunteer who was capable of being there for that amount of time. Over the past few years, I've spent a lot of that time there by myself.
I wouldn't mess with you.
But I'm not the only one who works there.
I'm just
Especially not
teasing you.
currently. Yeah, no, I think it's it's a good idea to be double staffed for all of our hours. And I think the increase in our budget, while it is significant for our budget, is something that
is necessary for us to, have a safe working environment.
Well, not even a safe work environment, but also just to provide adequate customer service, because you could be involved in a phone call having to do with
Right.
whatever, and someone could come in needing service, and so there's always there should always be someone available to provide customer service.
Yeah, and if the director is the only person there, then you get interrupted a lot as well.
So,
Yeah.
so one of the ways that we can sort of reduce the tax burden of the increase in the library budget is through the end of November. The library spent 82% of its budget through 92% of the fiscal year. So whatever budget savings there is as a result, once we get to the end of the year, we could dedicate those to help offset some of the cost of the increase. Because the library has a $17,000 capital reserve. And since we don't own the facility, so we don't have to do a whole lot of capital improvements there, other than perhaps, replacing computers, that's a wholly sufficient amount of money for capital reserve for that facility.
I've got a staffing question. So if you're scheduled to be double staffed and one of the people calls in sick, what happens then?
I would call my other employee, ask if they can show up, but if they're not available, then they're not available.
So I guess I have to ask the select persons, is that an unsafe working environment and close the library?
Well, so I have a question for Diane,
Yes.
because when we had a concern at the library with safety and volunteers were sort of filling in, we were able to mostly do that, but it felt to me like the volunteers were getting, or they felt like they were being overtaxed.
Yes, there was a situation with the previous director where we needed to have another person there. And at the time when Jared couldn't be there, we did staff it with volunteers. That was a pretty big job for volunteers to do. And also, this particular situation did put volunteers in jeopardy too, to some extent. I personally did a number of the volunteer hours. And it was said to me, well, what would happen if this became an issue? What could you do? And it wasn't so much that I could do anything. It was that my car was in the parking lot. It looked busy when you looked in the door. There was somebody. It did provide a measure of safety. But one of the things with the volunteers right now, and this is probably across the board, COVID's kind of done a death on volunteering too. We used to have someone that could do story time. She's been ill or not able to do it and not willing to do things during COVID. Hopefully COVID will end and we can get back to normal, but we are still seeing less people volunteering for things.
So, it strikes me there are two things that we might approach the situation that Tom just talked about. One is we could see if volunteers would be willing to work in that sort of situation. The other thing is we could try to hire someone who's just fills in on an as needed basis at the library.
And that's what that third position originally was. That person worked mostly summer hours and was an on-call. Problem with that is if you don't use someone like that for a long period of time, they may not be available. That's exactly what happened with this third position. The person got a full-time job somewhere else and was no longer there.
And the person that we have in that position now, I think has been really valuable to the library because she's doing the story time.
Yep. She's
been a tremendous resource with our children and youth, young adult collections. And she's just got she's a retired school teacher, so she's got a really good rapport with children and their parents.
And she lives in town.
And she's a local resident.
Because that was the other thing.
Do you not have a problem being alone in there with kids?
I mean, I haven't had an issue with it yet. It's generally, it's better to have two people.
I
And
used
we're
to
also gonna-
substitute teach. I wouldn't go in a room with a kid by myself.
Yeah.
Because
Accusations.
to me, that there's no danger, particularly from outside, but that is a dangerous situation if the kid has a problem and goes away and say, hey, that to me is a big problem. That's why there should be two people. If you're gonna have
We're
kids.
also gonna be having cameras.
Yeah, I
installed.
was just gonna say the same thing. We're getting ready to have cameras put in.
I'd have two people.
Yeah, and I would think that for, the situation that, Jared's talking about with someone being sick, we do have a lot of volunteers who are nearby, and it's less threatening at this point because there's not a known safety situation. So, somebody I think would be a little more willing to go down for a 2-hour, which is what we did before, 2-hour shifts, basically. I think they'd be more comfortable knowing that there's not any, stalker danger,
I
basically.
think the camera's fine, but regardless,
Yeah.
whatever that kid says is gonna stick.
Right.
To me, it just makes a ton of sense to put two people in there.
Yeah.
And watch out for each other.
I agree.
All right, Jack,
How can the second person, if there is a second person full-time, how can that second person best be utilized?
So currently, we have two part-time people as our second person, and they are on the desk. They check people's books in and out so that the director can, do book purchases, can do programming, scheduling, can do, running the library kind of stuff. So they are utilized by being the person on the desk and interfacing with the public.
And keep in mind, so currently we do have two people there for the 30 hours that the
Yeah.
library is open.
Yeah.
This budget doesn't reflect increasing that, it's doing what we've been doing, but there is going, with the compensation packages that are proposed, that does come at an increased cost.
of 20,000.
Well, to clarify, wasn't last year's budget basically with single person staffing at some point?
No.
Sorry, 13,000.
So the library has a 22.3% increase in payroll just on total budget. So that's a heck of an increase.
So
But the library has a smaller budget, so you're going to see, I think, the impact of the benefits and the health insurance and all of those, that impact on a smaller budget when you're comparing year to year, I think is part of skewing that. Because you have a smaller base to start with.
Yeah.
And then when you take that, increase those for everyone up, plus add the benefits, you can't spread it as well. So I think that's one of the reasons that.
Yeah, this year's budget, including personnel, was $82,000.
In other words, personnel is a bigger percentage.
It's a bigger percentage of the pie on a small budget,
Unit's budget.
right? Because you also don't have all the maintenance expenses to offset that you would have, that you would see if you owned the building and were responsible for all those repairs. And that part of it, that would give you a bigger base, and therefore it's less of the whole.
But then what we're saying is essentially though that the cost of benefits went up 24.3% roughly.
Because you've got two full-time people, or you've got two people that are getting that increase, which is a chunk. So when you don't have a large base to spread it, it impacts the overall by a larger percentage.
Well, I think you only have one, bear with me, I think you only have one full-time employee with benefits at the library.
That's correct.
Do we have insurance for the second person?
No, so the part-time people are not getting insurance, but they would get an increased wage. And, when you increase their wage, there are additional FICA costs to pay along with that.
Right, that's right.
Only thing that concerns me is the library has been so contentious in this town we start seeing that kind of an increase, you're taking a chance too, town can vote it down.
Well, and that's one of the, and I mean, we're sensitive to that, Dan, and so that's one of the reasons why we talked about taking whatever's not spent out of this year's budget, applying it to next year's budget. And if we wanted to, I mean, as I said, there's $17,000 in that capital reserve right now. We could dip into that just to sort of offset the cost a little bit, to sort of ease into what would be our new reality when it comes to compensation.
Didn't we do
That's
that
just-
last year?
What it, go ahead.
That's just taking care of it for 1 year. Then what do you do then?
It is, Rick, but it's incremental in that you're not had, the taxpayer doesn't see the entirety of the hit, if you will, to the budget in 1 year. You can incrementally sort of raise the amount that's raised and appropriated for the library over the course of a couple of years.
And there won't be such a big increase in the next year.
Right,
Hopefully.
hopefully.
The only thing I've got a problem though is hiding things from the taxpayer. And
Well, I don't think it's hiding. I think, in the warrant articles this year, we put how much was going to be raised and appropriated versus coming from other sources. And so that's what we would do, is we would say, this amount is coming from the capital reserve, and this is the amount that's coming from being raised and appropriated. So it's, I see it as a way of sort of easing toward, that being fully raised and appropriated at some point. And Barbara's right. So I don't remember doing it this past year, Barbara, but in 2020, we definitely took a portion of what wasn't spent in 2019 because of a change in directorship at that time. And we applied it to the 2020 budget in order to reduce the amount that was raised and appropriated.
Right.
Mary?
So what happens with the library budget, it's one of the departments that budget, the remaining portion unspent funds automatically lapses into the reserve account. So you have 17,000 in there now, right? Plus the balance, whatever lapses into that account. And so it looks like it's gonna be roughly $18,000 or so. So you're gonna have $25,000. So just take and apply the $20,000 increase to the article out of the library reserve account. Do you see what I'm saying? It's one of the departments that has the forever article that the funds lapse automatically into the library reserve account. So you're gonna end up with about 25,000 at least in that reserve, right? And the 17 plus.
Yeah, that's probably a pretty big deal because at the end of,
So basically, it will take care of the overage.
yeah, at the end of November, there was still $15,000 that was unexpended in the library budget.
Well, to get at the issue that Tom raised, and I think we're getting at, what if the increase was reflecting just the actual costs of the personnel changes in the library budget?
Okay, say that again, Jack, because I can do that calculation, but I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Well, suppose we take the wages for the people that are there, I understand, 2 people.
3 people.
Well, so that we have 2 people full-time.
No, 1 person full-time, 2 part-timers.
Okay, well, didn't I understand we had physically 2 people present all the time?
Yes.
full timer and 1 part timer.
Yeah.
2 part-timers.
Well, at any one time, there's 1 part-timer there.
Yes.
We take our present wages, whatever our present wages are. We increase that, the amount that everybody else is getting,
Right.
essentially,
Right.
and make that the library budget for this year.
So you're saying hold all of the other costs flat? Is that what you're saying?
Except this can be clearly justified.
That's an option.
Well, why is there a big difference?
Yeah, there's very little.
Yeah,
So
the
Dennis,
total
this is gonna
increase
come out
outside of,
as a single yes or no type article on a written down. And it stands out like a sore thumb.
The total increase outside of the personnel is like $1,618.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not
it is
much. I think it would make sense if we're taking money and putting it into their fund, that we use some of that funding from other sources to offset a portion, whatever portion we feel is the right amount.
Yeah.
So
Probably,
that,
probably the biggest cost increase is to books and periodicals, because we have heard concerns from people about building the collection. So, so we did budget more towards that this year, and also toss a compliment Jared Sway. He's worked really hard at every month at looking for ways within his current budget to build the collection. I'm sorry, Carol. I think I
Sorry.
cut you off.
no, I,
Jared, the education piece quadrupled. It's not a big chunk of money, but we went from 1 to 4.
400. Yeah, we just got a new hire, and she's in the U of A, or she's going to be in the U of A library services program. And I just wanted to make sure that we had some money so that we could, myself and her, could both find something this next year to, like, some sort of training opportunity to go to.
Yeah, and I agree. One of the things I did encourage Jared to do when he got the job is he needs to engage in professional development. And so that, as you can see from the line items, that really hasn't happened over the last couple of years. And I think as a new librarian, it's important, or library director, it's important to engage in professional development.
And in 2019, it was $429 actually spent for that category. So we're basically just going back to where it was in 2019.
I just want to check in under contracted services. 2020 actual was $450, and now we're at $1,800. What does that line item cover? It says increased programming. Is that like Chewonki and all of that stuff?
Yes.
In 2020, because of COVID, it was so
Right.
minimal.
So like Mr. Drew and his animals, and Mr. Harley.
Mr. Harley, yep.
All right, and then under the security systems, where's that money gone? Like if we're taking it from the library budget, where is it gone to?
Oh, that's a good question, Melanie. Nick, do you
We put
recall?
it under facilities, security systems.
Oh, okay.
I think.
I think that's right.
Is there any help for some of the fringe items, like increasing the collection?
Mhm.
That can come from the friends of the library instead of coming out of the town budget.
Well, I think
It already
potentially.
has. We got a couple of grants this summer. We got a couple of gifts of $3,000 to spend on nonfiction books. We just got another 1,000 from the friends from the Alphon Foundation. So we have gotten as much help as we possibly can for them to help build the collection.
Yeah, so the library budget is unusual in that there are lots of special revenue funds. And sometimes the donors of those want those to be used in particular ways, such as we had one gift that was strictly for graphic novels, as a for instance. And two, really good news that the Friends sent out a fundraising letter the other day saying that as a result of 2 large gifts this year, they have reached their endowment goal. And so they were encouraging people to actually contribute to the Historical Society instead, now that they've reached their endowment goal. So that now I think allows the Friends to, when they do their fundraising, not to do it necessarily to build their endowment, but to do things like help support programming and the development of the collection. Yeah. Is that a fair assessment,
Yes,
Diane?
that would be a very fair assessment.
Can we look at security again? So if we go to page 37, under the facilities maintenance, we have under facilities maintenance for the library security systems, 2019, $384 was used. Then under security, under the library's budget, there was 15. Then we look at 2020 actual and out of facilities maintenance, there was 485.50. 2020 actual for security system was 384 for the library. Am I missing something? Because then we have a budget of 500 for library security for 2021. Says 1623.25 was used. And then when we go over to the library budget, it says none was budgeted in 2021 and none was used. So there's,
So the 1623, that's from the installation. And we'll get half, they're reimbursing us for a percentage of that. I can't remember the exact percentage. The 70%?
It seemed like the figure was it $2,000 or $3,000?
Yes, that's right, up to $2,000 or $3,000. So once they complete that, we'll send them that. That should clear a lot of that.
So why do we have the two different lines though for same years for security, the library?
and in 2020, was it really 485 out of one account and 384 out of the other? Which would make it be more like closer to $900 for the year.
Yeah, in
So, but-
2019, it was 384.
Yeah, but security wasn't budgeted in 2021 for the library. And so we moved that to facility maintenance.
Yeah, but from the old 19 and 20, how come the numbers aren't matching up? Just out of curiosity. You would think the numbers would be the same if we were just moving from one line item to a different.
Right, we should have
Place.
taken 0 out of here and moved it to there or from here to there.
So Nick would have to do some research to find out
Yeah.
in 2020 what that 384 was spent on and then out of the library budget. So it looks like in 2019, oh, I see. Well, perhaps 2019, 384. In 2020, there was 384 spent out. So apparently we've just had some inconsistency on out of which budget that we're paying that from. So we would just have to do some research to find out in the facility maintenance budget, sort of what those actual costs were in 2019 and 2020. And then the same for what the actual costs were out of the library budget for security system in 2020. But if you'll give us a chance to research that, then we can
Yeah.
send that.
It's not affecting us today. It's just-
No, I just want to make sure that
numbers
if it's come out of one and it's moved to another, then it's reflected that the whole amount is
So with
over.
a repair and maintenance figure of $3,000 with nothing apparently spent against it.
Yeah, so that was that was budgeted as an indirect cost, Jack, and I decided, let's not do that anymore. But that was the indirect cost of plowing and mowing the
Okay.
library.
Okay.
So is the real issue, or the issue we really need to decide is how we want to show that on the warrant as far as where the money's coming from, or how we're gonna fund it.
We'll make sure that the
Definitely.
amounts are correct as well. So, you know, if it's all going to be funded out of facilities maintenance, let's have it all there, or if it's all out of the library, but the numbers don't line up on those two. So the indirect cost, Anthony, for the plowing and the mowing.
Yeah.
How is that reflected on the facilities maintenance as an expense when the library was paying for the plowing and the mowing?
And that's why I decided to stop doing that, because it didn't, once I thought through it more, Melanie, I thought, well, the expense really is time and let's say fuel for the mowers or whatever. And I didn't know how to separate those costs out from what facility maintenance is just always doing. as part of its current business. Now, we're being reimbursed the cost of those services by the Friends of the Library. So every time we mow and every time we plow, they are, they're paying for those services. But because it wasn't a direct expense, once I thought it through, I thought, I'm not really sure that that's something that should be reflected in the operational budget. But I'm open to ideas.
But Ricky, didn't you want it reflected somewhere so that we had an actual account of what it was costing to do the plowing and the mowing at the library?
I'd ask for that, to see what it actually costs. It was-
Well, we would
I'd
just
still
have
like
to
to
do
know
a
what it
better,
is.
we would just have to do a better job of documenting and accounting the amount of time that's spent on each of those responsibilities.
But we are getting reimbursed for those.
We are.
So it's.
But it's per time that
per
we
time,
mow,
Right.
per time that we plow.
So how are you coming up with a cost that you're being reimbursed by if you don't know how long it takes you to mow a plow?
It was
Costing
based,
you.
it was based, I think, at the time, Chris said, it takes about an hour to mow the library. And so I don't recall, do you recall, Nick, is it $75
I think it's $75.
per time that they go over there? And then plowing, was it 75 or was it 50?
I couldn't tell what plan it was. It's
I remember that
75.
discussion. I happened to be at the meeting that night.
So 50 sounds right. But because that comes out of the Friends of the Belgrade Public Library, that's not reflected in the
That's right.
library budget.
That's just a
So
revenue. for-
essentially,
Yeah, that's a revenue.
this
for us.
$3,000 is a revenue and not an expense.
So if it's a revenue for us, I mean, if they're offsetting, do we need to show it as an expense because it's being not paid for by the town, it's being paid for by the Friends? Right?
Yeah, I just couldn't figure out a good way to do that.
Yeah, I mean, but that, it shouldn't be listed here as an expense of an increase because it's a wash.
Well,
Yes.
and it should be, if we're looking to document it, that if there's gotta be a way that we can somehow keep track of what that amount is.
Yeah.
Because
I mean-
then
Could you start on the bottom and say, here are the services provided offset by a revenue of this, so we make sure that the town's not in a deficit? And do it as a footnote or something.
Yeah, more
So there's
information.
documentation.
But I guess what I'm worried about is then it looks like it's an added expense. When you look at the budget. And
Well, that's
Doesn't
what-
keep track of it for a year.
Well, because
Well, isn't
it
the
is
same- isn't it
technically
similar to
added.
What's being done with the Stevens Fund with the cemetery?
I don't.
Well,
I
clear
can't
that
speak
up,
to
Jack.
We use it to offset a lot of the cemetery costs.
Right. I just
Yes,
don't want it
so-
to
so-
impact as an increase here if it really isn't an increase.
Right.
So, if memory serves me correctly, I think we did just that in the warrant article, Jack, just as, where he said, this is the amount that's being raised and appropriated for this function, facility maintenance, and then, other costs. So let me see, but if not, then that's how we might note that.
No words of explanation on the referendum article. It
So,
has to be part of the
yes,
article.
so in the facilities and grounds warrant article, it says funding from non-property tax sources. And so there was a transfer from the undesignated fund and there was the library mowing contract. So that's how we reflected it in the warrant
As income.
as an offset to the expense.
But it won't be in this year.
Why not?
Because when it's a written ballot,
Written
any
ballot, you can't have
explanation has to be
explanations.
part of the warrant article.
Well, but I think this is allowed. I mean, you can't have a note explaining, right, Mary?
Right, but you're gonna do the article again because you only did a 1-year contract, so it's gotta appear again.
Oh, I think, yeah, you're right.
You gotta do it another whole article and then just in that. If it's part of the article, it's fine. No words of explanation though.
Right.
So nothing to sway the vote.
So we have to have an article just to have the voters approve the contract with the Friends.
Right.
Okay.
And then you could, in that, you could say with funds to be applied towards.
Yeah.
What you got, girl?
What's the question?
Well, like everybody got quiet. Was she saying?
No, I said they do raise money to fund that.
Right.
They have friends, they have their books, you know, they have book sales. So they're raising the money they're supposed to raise.
Right, but what I'm saying is when we go to facilities maintenance, it's put in as an expense to the town.
Well, it shouldn't be.
But then there's an offset from the library or the friends who are paying that cost. So it's just to track how much it's costing, because that was the other thing, was to make sure that it was gonna cover, because it's an outside expense because it was being hired out and now the town has taken it on, so it's being incorporated by the town.
Are there donations to the library that could be used also as an offset to the operating costs of the library, that donations that are intended for that purpose, that maybe fall into revenues of general funds, but don't show up against the library now?
If a donor gave us a gift with the express desire to use that towards operational costs, that's how we would use that.
Yeah, but it could be reflected as an offset to the budget.
Yes.
In the article.
Yes,
And I'm thinking of the voter making a decision and voting with yes or no.
yes.
That would be a place to look as well.
I don't know, do we have any such gifts, Nick or Diane or Jared, that you're aware of to offset operational costs?
The ones that we have, our funds are mostly for programming. We have a Levana State Fund that provides for main authors and main events. You know, that's an event thing. The Maggie Schneider is children's science programs.
Leave the audio is audio, but
Audio, yeah, all ours seem to be very specific
Yeah.
what they can be used for.
There's no overlapping.
Right, there's not any overlap.
But if somebody wanted to make a $5,000 gift to operational costs, they certainly could. Or they could make a gift of $5,000 to the roads budget or to, you know, any budget within the town. Not just the
We see
library.
that all the time.
I know I do.
You know what? Here's a little extra. I'm so fluff right
Yeah,
now.
that was nice of you about it.
All right, is everybody done quizzing Jared for this round?
So again, just so we know how we're moving forward, do you guys want to use the unspent monies from this year to offset the cost? And once we know what that dollar figure is, then we can determine whether or not we want to supplement that any further from the library's capital reserve.
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay.
I'm not sure I like that. I want true numbers, not grasping from everything.
I think that's why they're trying to see if there's a way to explain it.
And again, that's what we did in the warrant articles this year. You know, we had a total amount that for a departmental budget. And then, you know, what part of that budget was going to be funded by property taxes versus what part of that budget was going to be funded by other revenue sources.
Mhm.
So,
Right, so we would say the overall budget is this, with raising and appropriate this amount and authorizing,
yeah.
taking this out of this capital reserve.
Yeah,
for
so
this.
right now, as it's proposed, the library budget's about $102,000.
So
you know,
20,000 up.
Yes, so if we could come up with, let's say, $18,000, then the amount that we would raise and appropriate would essentially be the same as it was this year.
Mhm.
Right.
Yep, I think that makes sense.
As long as there's a way to do it so
Yeah.
that the public can see the increase and decide if they want to do the increase.
Well, and one of the things that we can do this year also is submit our warrant to Bernstein Sure to, you know, let them look at it, make sure everything is legal, because like Mary said, when it's a secret ballot, you can't have any sort of explanatory notes in there.
But
But you're gonna have a public hearing on this thing. And I thought you were gonna have something of a makeshift town meeting. Is that true or no?
That was Carol's suggestion, but.
I mean, you're gonna, this is not gonna be secret for God's sake.
It's gonna be a public hearing, and you'll have.
If you could want a question, come in and ask us.
Well, and I think probably the best way to communicate this to our community is through the newsletter. You know, we've got to really be smart about how we're using the newsletter to explain what's in the warrant.
Well, and I think when you have a public hearing, I think some people sort of zone it like, yeah, okay, you know, that'll take 15 minutes and then we move on to the meeting. That we have a public hearing that is trying to get people to come in because we're gonna have some big things to discuss. So it's more of a, it is a public hearing, but it's more interactive and trying to encourage them, yeah, we'll have it, you know, 10 minutes before select board.
Does the report come out before the public hearing?
The,
Town reports?
yes.
So-
Well, wait a second. Well,
No,
Mary?
we
No, it
were
doesn't.
right on the edge.
The report can come out. I mean, you don't need to have the public hearing until so many days before, like 10 days before
10 days.
the actual vote. But the thing is, you have absentee voters who are gonna vote unknowingly because absentee ballots are ready 30 days prior to the election date.
Happens
So
every
that's
time.
That's your challenge.
What
So
about
the election
using social media for and budget explanations? I mean, not the full thing, but, you know, one day, here's the library budget and here's how this
Mhm.
works out this year. And, you know, 2 days later, here's the roads budget and this is how
Mhm.
this works out. I mean,
Yeah.
just so people don't feel as if they have to, I don't know, comprehend it all, you know, give up a whole day to figure it out. I don't know. Or maybe that's not the right format.
Well, I'm
because
wondering,
it-
we gotta make sure we're kind of doing it legally, because
Right.
there's a
And
process
yeah,
by which we can
information,
offer
though, and not
explanation and
looking to sway
information.
the voter.
Right, information.
Information.
You may be back to Zoom by then anyways. If the numbers keep going up, you're gonna be back to.
All jealous of you at home, so you just psh, over there.
You're on these today for a long time.
On mute.
All right, so is everybody comfortable moving on?
Ready to move on.
Oh, was
Can we take a
Chris-
bio
7
break?
minute stretch.
Yeah. All right, let's take a 5. Do we want to grab sandwiches or anything at this point? Do we want like a 10-minute break?
We don't have anyone from.
Because is Chris here? Somebody came through the back. Was it Chris? Okay.
And that's,
Want to just hold on a second?
Oh,
Just kidding.
so Public Works is on page 26. No, this is roads.
Do we have anyone, is it worth doing recreation since Dan's here?
Oh, yeah.
And then we can do the ones who.
Y'all
Nearly.
want to do that? Go ahead. and do it. Real quick.
Yeah, I didn't realize we
Uh,
had 2 different agendas, so I've been going off this one and now I don't know which
So
one.
that's on
that
page 49.
is. Okay, so I've been on the wrong agenda. Because this is the one that was in our book.
We had to readjust the schedule late Friday.
oh,
So I was like, well, wait a minute, I've totally been going on this one. And then I went to get Chris and he goes, I don't think I'm up yet. And I was like, what? I'm like, oh, must have grouped you someplace else. Okay, so Public Works is next.
Well, we're
No.
skipping to recreation on page
Skipping to recreation.
49.
right. So under professional services, under recreation, we have nothing budgeted for IT support. Is that an oversight or?
Well, I think main tech will, well, not main tech, what was I gonna say? I think we had that under, we just been taking that in general government, is that what we're doing with it?
Yeah, just, so recreation is just covered under our, whatever our IT provider will be, will provide the services for IT and that
Correct.
contract, which is budgeted in the general government.
So is there IT support for anything else that's reflected in their standard budget or,
In recreation,
I mean, in any of the budgets? Because if we had it there previously and we don't now, but it was budgeted for in 2021. So A, when was the decision made to move that out and put it into another budget? And B, did we do it across the board for everyone that needed IT?
I don't recall any IT line items in the other departmental budgets. I could be wrong.
yeah, I think,
Treasurer and the town manager are learning as they go in some regards.
So you have a line item for IT services,
Yes,
and that should take care of all the town.
we believe so.
Water quality testing, you've got it being moved to facilities maintenance,
Mhm.
but yet you've got a year to date for this year at $80. That's all it cost us with water testing down there, plus the problem we had with the uranium. and
So
everything else.
I think those tests are coming out of the facility maintenance
Right.
budget.
Chris called me and said this was my facility.
Okay, so this $80 shouldn't even be
Right.
expended in this.
Yeah, it has to be moved to facilities.
Okay.
So sometimes what happens Dan, is at the end of the year, we have things like that occur. We do journal entries to move those expenses into the proper place. And that's one of the things that Nick works with the auditor.
Okay, yeah, so it's just, they shouldn't be on this line. $80.
Correct.
But it seems like we had requested that the water test stuff stay with the budget that it belonged to. Because the Center for All Seasons and the Dalton properties, the Center for All Seasons needs to be done more than the once a year that other town facilities needed to. Seems like maybe 2 years ago, we had the same
Well, I think
conversation. That
there-
we didn't want everything dumped in under facilities maintenance. It was a
What-
catch-all.
It's under like CFAS facilities has one, has a water testing line and then. like,
So you
Dolphin.
have sublines under
Right.
that.
Okay. I just want to find it. Nope. What we have is water quality. So, okay, so water quality testing under Center for All Seasons, under this one, is $300. And is it twice a year that we need to test, and there's 2 separate tests that need to be done?
So for the for center all previously, the 2 different tests that get done. I do a yearly test. And then the state has their qualifications that we do quarterly. So I bring that test as a separate file, the state sends us quarterly. So I send that to Augusta every quarterly. And previously that was Lily's job to do. And then that ended up coming over to me. And then since we had the uranium test high, I had to do the test every 6 months. That's the test I send in Ocean Slab, so. That answers your.
Yeah. So North Belgrade, is that, how many times a year is that tested?
That's just once.
That's one.
Yeah.
So if one is 100,
And I
And
just-
then we're looking at in the Center for All Seasons if it needs to be done quarterly. Is
Yeah.
$300 gonna cover? it?
I don't know what the state charges us for it, but Northeast Live is every 6 months for that one, for the uranium test stuff. And then the state, it's automatic, they just send us up test every quarter. It gets tested 5 times a year.
So is $300 enough in that line item?
We have to find out what the state charges us. I don't know,
Yeah,
if
I
the state, I don't know if the state charges us, maybe not.
And Dalton property water testing, where will I find that?
Under the Dalton property. And I went up on that one this year. Everything cost for the,
Okay, so that one. So that one went to 600 from 200.
yeah, there's just 2 different places, so. Dropping the, yeah, pretty close.
And the water test now and the uranium has been coming back super fab.
What's that?
Have the test been coming back super fab now with the under sink system?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, back to you. Now that I know where all that goes, I'm like, well, where did that end up? And
No, and what the state used to charge us to a water test. But I never seen the bills for that.
so under personnel, Annie, it's so low this year because how many staff people were you down?
We were down quite a few, especially during the summer. And some of our personnel were doing multiple jobs just to cover what we needed. We had a counselor who also had the lifeguard.
So one of the things that Annie has assured me is that given her connections at Messalonsky High School, she will be able to recruit a full staff of after school and summer camp counselors.
Are they gonna be asking for $20 an hour like every other teenager?
Well, we're gonna be paying them $15 an hour. That
And
would
they
be
get to
the-
work with me, come on.
That would be the new rate.
That's like payment in itself.
Andy,
So the
keep
one
your eye
person
out
you're
for
gonna
people
get-
who do YCC,
Yeah,
some of the guys, because there's gonna be lots of opportunities there.
well,
too.
I've already gotten quite a few people that have reached out since they've heard I've taken the position asking.
But that YCC program will be looking for.
Yeah,
No, I was just gonna yank your chain and say the one person you're gonna get. Never mind.
So communications is almost doubled. Why is that? Is that a cell phone for the rec director?
Is that the voice over internet? Nick, line item 2001 on page 49.
I think that's just internet and phones, my recommendation.
Phone and internet.
So let me go up real quick.
The next one,
And are we doing the VoIP phone?
Sorry?
Are we doing the VoIP, the voice over internet? Because then if the internet's down, then you wouldn't have a phone line.
Don't know if we're doing that.
Because I thought we were still paying landlines for the rec center, the North Belgrade Community Center. Seems like we have a charge every month for.
Town office has a fax line
Yeah.
and the fire department. That's the only two I'm aware of.
Yeah.
Fire committee, let me just pull up.
And transportation, why are we at $4,100?
So that.
Well, hold
assumes-
on, let's let Annie answer
Okay.
her budget,
All right.
I would.
and then you can chime in.
Sorry. I'm still learning with this, so bear with
That's
me.
okay, we can
My
bounce off
understanding
that.
is that that comes out of mileage, and I believe in the past years when camp would go on field trips. That would be my understanding.
That's correct. So that figure assumes that we're going to resume taking summer field trips as part of the camp experience. So we charter those buses.
Yeah, and advancing your trips. That's a great idea.
Well, no,
If
that's
we
what
can.
the money was there for. too,
Yeah, 'cause it
was
used
the
to be
senior
like
citizen
the
trips, 'cause they used to go to
Freiburg
the
Fair.
Used to go to Freiburg Fair.
Right, right, and they used to take another trip in a year.
And they used to have the kid field trips during the summer program.
Yeah, so no, that's, yeah, part of existing.
So then the $4,000 that was budgeted last year, will that roll then into the capital reserve?
Yeah, so as Mary mentioned earlier with the library, the recreation department's in the same
Yeah.
boat where any unspent expenditures and any revenue over budget automatically rolls into their capital reserve.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick this one apart, so no offense to anybody.
I'm ready.
But we have $200 in for advertising, and I know that when we talked about doing the like little posters for the artisan fair, that was well over $200.
So that would come out of the printing line item.
So where's printing? Am I missing printing?
It's right here, it's the next page.
It's at the top of page
Oh.
50.
But
line
That's,
item.
that's only budgeted at $400.
Right. So, and is that the only thing that we print? Because there were postcards that went out, there were the posters that were made that were put around places, and it seems like 500 and something was the amount I had in my head, but I could be incorrect on that. Does anybody know what those cost?
So so through November, our year-to-date expenses on printing was $361.
So that is the postcards, not counting,
That
The
would be
mailing.
are you talking about the artisan fair?
yeah,
Yes.
and those signs.
The
for
yard
them.
signs.
See, office supplies that we, this year we spent 256. I think we're gonna end up that one, that budget for office supplies.
Well, and Dan, we were just looking at what had been spent in 2019 as sort of a quote unquote normal year experience.
Okay. Food and water, we spent more this year than the budgeting for next year.
It's because water, because we can't drink the water in the center. We have to order from the Republic.
Aren't we gonna spend just as much this coming year?
We could increase that
I mean,
line up.
We spent $1,600-$1,700 this year. We're only budgeting $1,575 next year. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, would you like us to increase it to 2,000?
Or 1,800.
I'd really make sure we cover it rather than.
So we have 2 water tanks, 2 water things there, right?
You have one that you put a jug into that you order, and then one that was installed under the sink in the kitchen. that can be drank from.
What's wrong with the water down there?
It's
Uranium.
got uranium.
Says what?
Uranium.
Uranium.
So you can drink
he's
from
gonna
the
start
tap in the
blowing
kitchen
tonight.
because that has the under sink water filtration system, and then there's one other additional bubbler.
So has anybody looked at putting a filtration system down there by
There is,
buying water?
there is,
Well,
but
there's one in the kitchen. That's.
it's a
But you
whole,
can, so you can drink out of the kitchen.
can drink out
general
of the
public.
kitchen, but if folks come for basketball, or whatever, they've got water fountains covered.
Well, they're turned off now.
Yeah, they're turned off, and then there's water from the,
So we looked at that, Gary, but it was cost prohibitive compared to, having a bubble.
Yeah, because what was it, $13,000 with $3,000 a year for maintenance on that one big system?
Yeah, and we weren't even sure we had the space in which to install it.
Contracted services, what is encompassed under that? Because it was budgeted 5,100 last year and it's 2,500 now. But the pool stuff has moved into its own line item. So what is that? Page 49, under services, contracted services, 20-07. It was 5,100.
My
wasn't it?
understanding is contracted services or things such as yoga.
So what we did in 2020 was with contracted services, that's where we budgeted the music series.
Yeah.
And instead, this year, we moved that to the following page. We created a line item and fully populated that budget. $5,500.
So we went from a $5,100 request last year for all of them to
74.
2,500 now for everything else and another 5,500 from that. So now we're at 74. With the addition of one program. Am I missing
Nick,
something?
would you look and see what we paid out of that line item, please, this year, contracted services and rec?
Is that your deep cleaning or is that at the end of something else?
It might have been, but it wouldn't be reflected in this because we did that after. After we did this, but I do know that that's the line item that we're planning on paying that out. Deep cleaning.
So what do you want to know, just total as of right now?
No. What has been paid out of that line item this year?
So like the music, Christine Poulsen, who
Okay.
hosted the events, all the bands that helped with the events. Julia Redmond, the yoga person, she only got paid 4 times this year. And I think before the pandemic, she worked more than that.
Yeah.
Made for You was taken out, that doesn't show on this, so that was done after this was printed. And that is all I see. So it's mainly music thing.
Yeah.
So then the year-to-date what's been expended, if you're saying Made for You was not reflected in this actual year-to-date is going to be bigger than.
Yeah, right now it sits at 8,167.
So that's the trouble I have is when we get to this and we don't have the current numbers. I mean, 5,000 to 8,000 is a big difference.
Yeah, well, I mean, and this that you have in front of you was as of November the 22nd. So we've had at least one.
Didn't
more
they already
since
do
then.
their deep cleaning before November 22nd? Because I remember we approved that back.
You approved it, but it hadn't been done and we weren't invoiced until just very, very recently. In fact, I think it's on Tuesday nights.
It's on Tuesday
warrant.
Clothing costs went down. The t-shirts getting cheaper.
I believe last year we didn't purchase t-shirts. Yeah,
But are you gonna have to purchase them this year?
I'd like to, but I just will watch the cost of it.
Are you comfortable with $1,000?
$1,000 would get us about, to assume, t-shirts are what, like $8 each. It's not that bad.
Well, 2019 clothing was $1,300.
Right. And I think
Well,
that,
and one of the things that we're sort of struggling with recreation is what is our new reality? I mean, I don't know that we're ever going to see the same summer camp numbers, the same after-school numbers as we've had in the past, because you've got more parents who are working from home. And and some of them who may feel uncomfortable sending their kids to those sort of gatherings. So we're sort of flying by the seat of our pants to some extent, just trying to figure out, okay, are we ever going to return to the same numbers that we had pre-pandemic? I don't know. I sort of doubt that. We may be developing a new culture right now.
Question?
Oh, sorry, Jack.
What's our best guess as to how we will actually end year 2021, present year?
As far as recreation goes,
As far as recreation goes, yeah.
so
We have $106,000 so far.
so through November, we've spent 68% of the budget. So we're definitely going to be under budget.
By roughly how much?
What do you think?
30,000?
What do you think the monthly expense is?
For recreation.
Yeah,
1,500. 35,000.
So with Annie, so let's say force that like maybe 6,000, 6,000 a month. Oh, in the month of December, I'm talking.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, you're right, Nick. So this past month, we spent $6,200 in the recreation department. So assuming that we spend another $6,200, then we will have an unexpended balance of approximately $45,000.
Okay. Now, why can't we, for this coming year, just roll that over? Because this current year was a fluke year with a pandemic. Why can't we just roll that over and use it to offset some of the budgeted expenses for 2022?
You could do that.
Would it make sense to do that?
Let me look at what our recreation capital reserve is. Because there's still like $100,000 project for that roof expansion and the additional storage for recreation. Nick, do you have that, what the recreation capital reserve is?
Recreation in last year. 118,769. I think the order messed up on that figure. Just check out my articles too.
Additionally, while he's searching for that, I will let you folks know that recreation revenues, we budgeted very conservatively at $33,000, and through November, we had generated $60,000. So we're $27,000 to the good on the revenue budget.
Well, and we're budgeting for a full camp. So we should be considering they're going to have full revenue coming in too. So this is showing an expense that looks much more dramatic than it probably is, because it's not being offset by the revenue that we're anticipating. And I don't know, does the summer camp pay for itself? Has it pretty much paid for itself?
No.
So, but that will have a big impact, so.
So I have the recreational capital at 69,341.
Okay. So to answer your question, Jack, yes, we could do that. I think it'd be smart to allow some of that to lapse into the capital reserve.
I'm just figuring that people in the voting booth are gonna look at
Understood.
what we're doing this year versus last year, and it looks like a tremendous jump, and it
Yeah.
is. But last year, this current year is a fluke year.
Yeah. So yeah.
One hopes they live through it and understand.
So
Not a knock, Jack. I just people understand those things.
Yeah.
I mean, the place was almost closed down as far as I could see. There wasn't much going on there.
So I think when we get to the end of the year, we're going to have a more than healthy capital reserve for recreation, and we could look at shifting some of that to the operational cost to help offset the increase on the.
Because it's a screw year.
Yeah.
I think this coming year is gonna be about the same as this year was.
You may be right about that.
And last year's proposed budget was $160,000. And I really don't think the proposed budget should be much more than that this year, $186,000. Because I don't think you're gonna have much more attendance on stuff.
Okay,
Because, I mean, we're still going through another thing with the COVID, so I think by next spring, we're still gonna be back to like what we were this last spring.
so if that is the consensus of the board, then let us go back to the drawing board and come back to you with a proposal that's closer to a flat budget.
Yeah, I mean, with that much money, with $46,000 unexpended, I think you're gonna find, you're gonna have at least that, if not more, next year, because we're increasing the budget. The only thing we're increasing really is gonna be pay. People have the pay increases that we have to make sure, but.
Well, I do have
that
some
should-
confidence in Andy that we're gonna have some increased programming.
And we will have kids that can be vaccinated that we didn't have before. And so the question, are we going to require vaccination or testing? Because that could impact, I mean, if you're going to require that, it could impact your attendance. And maybe that's something you need to think about and come back with. But
I don't know that I can accurately predict if it was impacted by increasing the participation or decreasing the participation.
I'm just saying, if you're going to require that the kids have COVID shots and or a testing option, that there will be some people who will not send their kids for that reason.
Well, and I
That's
think,
what I'm saying.
I think our model has been simply to do what the school district is doing,
Yeah,
and they're not required.
they're not requiring, okay.
No,
That,
they
I'm
don't
just
do
saying.
full testing or vaccination requirements right now.
Do we have two people at the rec center at all times for safety?
That's what we're working toward as well. That's why we have the 24-hour position along with the after-school people.
Is the door open when there aren't any programs, or you can lock the
The door is always unlocked. in there.
door is also unlocked in there? But it could be locked.
So if Annie's
I
there
know,
for
it's
40
not like I
hours,
needed to, but people stop in and
well, because it's their building,
it's a recreation building, so people want to come and shoot around with a basketball.
right?
But when your after-school programs, you have specifically people come in and work those. There's more than one of you there at the time, correct?
Right now, I have 2 after-school workers that are supposed to come in.
And other kids' programs, you have multiple people working those, or just one, or how?
Right now, I don't have any other children's programs.
No other, okay.
But like pickleball and ping pong has started up, so.
Is that kids or is that adults?
Adults, yeah.
Adult. They're the more dangerous of the two, aren't they?
Yeah, That's my own learning.
So we gotta get that part-time position filled.
So you're saying, but if Annie's there 40 hours a week and the part-time person is there 24 hours a week, how's that still coverage for the time?
Well,
that
and we
there's
still
one
have
person?
the folks who come in after school, so they arrive, what time?
3:30.
3:30, and they're there till 5:30.
Okay, so that's 10 hours. So we're at 34 hours. And that's only if whoever's there, if the 24-hour person leaves. Or
School vacations and so on, you don't have the after-school programs, we don't have that person there.
During school vacations, we offer Kids Zone, so.
I'm sorry?
We offer Kids Zone, it's like a childcare
Oh,
during
okay.
school vacations, and I always try to have. two
So there would
staff
be
on.
another adult there.
and snow days, you're still gonna be doing that.
Depending on the weather, I think is really where we always have left it.
So if you wanted, I mean, we could try to have a 30-hour week employee, part-time employee at the rec center.
Well, honestly, I guess the way I'm gonna look at this, and I'll just say it right out here, when you walk through the front door of the library, that's a much smaller space, but we want 2 people in that for safety. When you walk into the rec center and she's in the office in the middle, you can get halfway through that building before somebody realizes there's somebody in the building.
Not only that, it's a lot farther off the road.
It's further off the road, there's multiple entrances, but the only entrance that's unlocked, correct, is just the main entrance?
The side entrance and the front entrance are unlocked during the day.
And are they unlocked because you need to have an unlocked exit?
For fire reasons.
So, but does it have to be unlocked so it's accessible from the outside?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you could use the crash bar and get out.
Yeah, okay, so you shouldn't have to.
Yeah,
unlock the
because
outside
that's what
door.
I'm thinking is, so if those are remain locked. And then you have the video monitor, so you see if somebody comes up, but we don't have an alert system, correct? Like,
Well, I can't see the videos right now. And that's been malfunctioning.
What about a doorbell? I mean, if the door is.
Usually I can hear the door because I'm in the front office and the video system is in the back office, but all of the cameras are working currently.
Just as. a
so where's
safe-
that,
just as a
where's that
safety.
reflected here in the budget?
I'd like to say that I had an answer for that right now, but I don't.
So I'm sorry, repeat that.
So if the security cameras and the panic button that we use for security system at the Center for All Seasons are not currently working, where is that reflected in the budget for this? Is this gonna be something we take up under facilities maintenance?
So I would say that we've got plenty of capacity in this year's budget, and so we'll try to get those, the panic button repaired this year's. And the video system is operable, it's working, it's just that Annie has moved from that back office into the front office.
A couple of the cameras are down.
Okay, well, then we need to get those, things fixed, and we can do that this year with this year's budget. And I guess we can, see if we can find a solution where Annie is able to access. Well, you know what? You should be able to have that video up on your computer.
I was just gonna say, is there a way to put it on your computer? Can you put it on your phone?
Possibly, yeah. I don't know anything about the system, unfortunately.
So Nick can help with that, but
It's a learning curve.
That's all right, I got your back.
Thanks.
We'll get you
Yeah.
safe.
I really appreciate that.
so that system, you can have that running on a computer screen in your office. So we can make sure that Annie has that capability in the front office and attend to those repairs.
Okay, so here's a side question.
Okay.
Is she never gonna use the computer in the front office for anything except security?
No,
Because
no. So you can have it up there and still be working on the computer. So it's not a dedicated screen. Although,
So what she would have would be a screen within a screen.
yes,
And what if one of the 100 iPads that we have here, or is there something that we can use? So what I don't want is I don't want for us to have cameras there that work, and the person who's there that we're attempting to keep safe for the employees, she's got to be working on her computer. So now she's got a little tiny screen to watch 4 cameras on. I want something that's big enough that if she's sitting at her desk working on something and she sees somebody come in over here in the corner of her eye because this monitor is up,
yeah.
I want her to have enough lead time to be safe.
Okay, so I'm assuming, and Nick and Chris help me out with this, could we have a screen in that front office that's hooked up to the video monitoring system? In other words, have a second screen.
If I was gonna do anything, I would put I would mount a TV screen to the wall, that's just cameras. That way she can do both, look at the cameras and have a computer.
Okay,
That way it'd be out of the way.
okay. Well, in essence, I think that's what I'm asking is, we can have a screen in there where it's just hooked up to the current system.
What about also considering regular hours, like the library is open 30 hours a week, and that's when we need to have the 2 people there. I mean, is it necessary that the building be open, from whenever you get there, 9 o'clock in the morning until 5:30 at night? Or could we say, starting January 1st, the building's going to be open from, 10 to whenever. I mean, just figure out a schedule so that you could still be there working, but the doors will be locked. And so that, when the doors are open, there would be 2 people there.
So the things that come to mind, I have historical society that comes in and out. I don't
Do they
think
have their own key though, Andy?
Eric does not have his own key. He's usually the one that's in and out, and sometimes I think Diane comes in and out. And then we're trying to get programming set up right now.
Right.
And it's at odd hours of the day.
I mean, I'm just thinking of a safety situation. and
absolutely.
Because the 2 buildings are the library and the rec center are somewhat comparable.
Sure.
Because, they're isolated buildings.
Well, I do think though, Annie, you could arrange your operating hours around your program.
Sure.
Not only that, you can lock the doors and put a doorbell up there. too.
Barbara's idea was a good one. Put a doorbell on the stoop on the front door
Yeah.
and lock it up. If there's only one person there, let them ring the doorbell.
Yeah.
That would be real simple.
And
to
put
do.
one of the ones like, it's got the little camera in it.
Oh,
It's like, hello.
Well, that comes on your phone or your iPad or whatever you want it to come on, but just a doorbell, that's a simple little solution.
And that,
In
and
my
that way
mind.
you're not vulnerable if you see some,
Yeah,
some.
nobody's in the building. I mean, there, you see who it is before.
Right,
And if
right,
you don't want them to come in, you don't unlock the door.
right.
It's no different than schools. Most of the schools, you can't get in.
Schools do it all the
without
time,
putting
yep.
Buzzers and cameras on to get in.
Yep.
Jack?
Now, without trying to redesign the security system here and now, I think that with the apparently healthy situation that we are in with the reserve for the capital budget for the recreation system, the recreation. Budget, and with the big overrun that's projected in this year's budget, I think the closer we can come to Dan's suggestion of trying to get as close as we reasonably can to what was projected for this year, going into the current, the 2022. We're better off, the chances of this budget being passed at the ballot box.
Tom?
Just a question, maybe Anthony, or basically you said the revenue was running about 60,000. Do you remember what that is pre-pandemic?
Yeah, it was about 100,000.
Okay.
Well, you can't see into the future. I kind of disagree with Dan. I think that you're going to increase the use of that building over the next year for a lot of reasons. There's a lot of medication out that handles the virus much better than it has in the past. I'm not sure you want to go back to last year's budget. I think you want some growth in there. Maybe not as much as you got, but I'm more optimistic about the future.
Well, I see more programming. I mean, we didn't really have a lot of programming in the past, so there'll be more programming. I mean, you've got adults playing pickleball at what, Fridays?
2 times a week now.
I mean, as you start to get more programming, you're gonna have more coverage in there. I think we should budget for enough to have that second person, 30 hours, if that's what we agree to. And it's someplace, public hearing, whatever we do, what the revenue offset to this, that's the piece that we're not, that the public's not saying, will you vote for this budget? Well, 80,000 is gonna come in to help do it, so you're really budgeting for $100,000 budget instead of 186, because 80 it's gonna be in a wash.
Well, we would do the same explanation as we were looking to do with the library. We'd
Right.
say this is the overall budget, this is the amount to be raised and or appropriated, and this is the
Right,
amount to
so
be.
here's your other source, so that would, so that people can readily see, we're not really gonna spend $186,000 on taxpayer money, we're going to spend probably 100. So you see the net.
What they'll see is what last year's budget was. What they'll see when they're in the ballot box, what last year's budget was, and what this year's budget was. And they'll see a big difference. What I'm saying is not that it has to be exactly the same as last year.
Right.
But I'm saying the closer we can get to that and meet the other conditions that we've all talked about, the wage and salary, the wage increases and whatever. The closer we can get to what was done last year, the safer it will be. And think of what happens if this article is defeated.
Yeah, how do we do that? Because we don't have contingency articles, because we're not having town meeting. So we will not have the articles that
What'd you
say.
do last year?
You'll have some at the end to cover the cost of maintaining the buildings and stuff, just like we did last
For
year.
the first quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be always what,
Have a special
Yeah.
town meeting.
Yeah, then we have to have a special town meeting to reduce the budget and go through it all again.
well, that particular part of the budget. is what you go through, so. I mean, it's not unsurmountable, it's just painful.
So if we budget for, if a big part of the increase is a full camp, which we haven't had, if we do the budget and it looks like we're going to have a full camp, what do we need to do to come back and say, we want to increase the budget by X amount of dollars to be offset by revenue? Is that another voter one, or is that select board level?
You gotta remember that we always vote to accept overdrafts and balances. So if it goes over budget, we can always get that as part of that.
Right, so that might be the solution, is that we don't necessarily budget for a full camp, but everyone understands if she can have a full camp, we're gonna have an overage that will be offset.
We have to watch, we don't abuse that.
Right, I absolutely.
And Dan, explain that to me.
We have that one article to accept all overages and overdrafts.
So that means that, because I was always under the impression that the budget, the bottom line figure was sort of sacred.
Page 69 of Article 9, this last town report. Vote to accept any and all overdrafts and balances that have lapsed and are not otherwise directed to the undesignated fund.
So does that mean that article is a potential
No.
over expenditure? So
We have
So,
something in here.
We have an article to take us from the first.
First of the year.
quarter
Right,
To the town meeting.
right.
If it fails and we are gone over budget, then you could take the
Right.
overage, but that doesn't mean you can continue. You
Oh,
have
I
to go
see.
to a special
Yeah.
town meeting
Right.
to be able to allow the recreation department to continue.
I see.
Okay.
That doesn't mean go out and overdraft every article either.
No, because that's, that's one of the things that I see here, like, so my first thing, we have the artisan fair, and as an expenditure, we have 5,500, but it's not 550. It's not that, it's really 950 if we spent $400 on postcards and that, so that's a $950 expense. So this is one of those things where it needs to all be together. When I look at that, I did not look at printing as this was a one event that the Center for All Seasons held. That makes that a costly event, and I don't know how much revenue we generate on that. Because we don't see like a standard breakdown on that.
I will tell you, no, that's one event that more than pays for itself, because each of those vendors spends $50 for their booth. And we have approximately, 25
Usually about 25.
vendors out there for each one of those shows, and we have it
And
for,
it's rain or shine.
yeah, May, June, July, August, September, October, so we have 6 of those. So that's a money maker for the department.
Okay, but I just like to see the expenses together with
Okay.
whatever it goes to, because my thought was that we had printed something that I assumed it was like flyers you were sending home to the kids about summer camp or after-school programs, or I was picturing printing like that,
Yeah,
not a one-time.
so we'll look to see if there's
Expense.
any other expenses in that printing line item, and if there's not, then we'll just move those expenses over to the craft shows.
Can we print a commodity?
Back to this total dollar figure though.
Yes.
If we've got $46,000 going to be lapsed over into another fund this year, I don't want to see another $46,000 out of the budget that wasn't used lapse over into another capital reserve, and then you're way over budget.
Okay, so this gets us to the questions I raised at the very beginning. So tell us what what the figure is that that the board is comfortable with for the recreation department, and then we can get down to that figure.
I think it's hard to say because the budget has been programming and the budget has been so low for the last 2 years because of COVID. It's just-
But even with the new programming and everything else, are we gonna add another $46,000? We're gonna use another $46,000 this year, this coming year?
Well, I will say, in the past summer, we typically have a teen camp that also runs out of the community center, and that brings in quite a bit of the camp money, and that was not run this past summer.
Right, but that's revenue coming in.
Right.
Not a lot, it's, it's the staff there, but I mean,
Sure.
it's not a lot of money going
Yeah.
out. So
And-
there's a
and what-
potential for more money coming in.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing Dan say, correct me if I'm wrong, you think that we should probably budget for an increase over what our actual experience is this year, but not to the extent that's in this document.
Right, because right now, if you're over budgeting, say even just $40,000 a year, by this year and this coming year, I mean, you could have the residents go back and look at it going, wait a minute, why did you budget so much?
Last year's budget was $57,000 over.
I don't have a problem with the budget, say, going to 165 rather than 186. It's a small increase, but I mean, I just haven't, it's taking the money and telling people you're gonna pay taxes on it and just keep moving it into a reserve account.
Yeah, and again, I mean, tell us what figure that the board is comfortable
You
with.
have to cover the wage increases.
Right.
Proportion of the amount of wage increases, whatever that is for recreation, you have to cover that.
And is she gonna have another person working with her?
This includes 24 hours for a second person, so we'd want to up that to 30,
Another
is that
6
what we said?
hours.
So what if we take what we spent this year, we budget in the increases that the health insurance, the retirement, that package. And we increase another 6 hours, so it'll be a total of 30 hours there instead of 24. And then use this year's expenses. So what will be reflected is really a personnel increase. So that'll take you 150, probably take you from 159 to, oh, that was the budget, I'm
That
sorry.
was the budget.
So we can work with that.
Yeah, so then we're really talking about running basically this year's, or we take this year's expenses plus a 15% increase, some figure, and then use the actual increase we're gonna have for all the personnel. Which is
Which I'm
easier to
thinking is
explain.
probably gonna be somewhere around the 165.
Yeah,
And then-
that sounds reasonable.
But then we
let's
can
take a look
justify
at
it and explain how we got there.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we'll do with the next workshop, we'll come back, we'll have a budget built around the figure of 165. And we'll say, okay, so these are the trade-offs that we're making in order to get down to that budget.
Yeah, well, let's make sure that, like I said, that the increased salaries and stuff is covered under.
Right, right.
Well, because just the increase in salary with what's projected here is $7,000. So 156, and 159 to 165 is gonna give us 6,000. It's just personnel salaries alone, well, went 35 to.
Yeah, but we've only expended 106 plus this month, so. So, yeah, let's just make sure we can cover it and then have room for increasing some programs and stuff.
And remind me again, where did the other $5,000 come from? Because we budgeted 500 for the music program, but then we were paying people that wasn't reflected in the budget that we created. So where did that other $5,000 come from to pay them? I know we were getting hit on the board on a regular basis on the warrants, but what fund did we take that $5,000 from?
Weren't there donations?
Well, there were, we did get some contributions for that, that's reflected in revenue, but that's just out of the general fund. So those monies go into the general fund to help offset the cost. And then, all of our, everything, unless it's paid out of a capital reserve, everything's paid out of the general fund.
So you're proposing to go back to a budget that was developed before COVID.
So
That was the last budget that was developed should have been November, December
of 19,
2019 was.
2019, so that-
Budget,
and that was a budget you could live with, I think.
149,052.
That sort of makes sense to me.
And then put the personnel.
Yeah, put
increases in
personnel on top of that, and you probably have a budget that's not gonna do any harm. May not do a lot of good, but it's not gonna do any harm to that out there, because they can carry out those programs that they had planned, so.
Yeah, like I
That
said,
makes
if
sense
we
to
can do
me.
that, have those personnel increases and then give them a little wiggle room. for
Yeah,
Additional stuff,
For like ideas for new programming.
right? You know, if we have another $15,000 or, you know, that works out to that. you
Yeah.
know, I think we're good.
And then across the next year, those programs you wanna add do cost, you can go ahead and budget for them because you'll be more experienced than Annie. Huh?
Mary, what were you gonna say?
The band payments, the board approved that, right? You motion to approve those payments to be taken out of the revenues that were received, and it's documented because that's part of auditing, because it's not in the budget currently. So there has to be a motion from the board to pay those payments out of that revenue that Nick can document for the auditor, because he can't just pay the payments out of revenue. So just at one of your board meetings.
Well, I'd want to double check that with.
No,
you.
that's the truth.
Well, wait a second, Mary. I would want to double check
We
that.
had that happen.
Wait a second, let me finish. I would want to double check that with the auditor, because if those funds are going into the general fund, then they are offsetting the cost. I don't know that you have to have I don't know that you have to have a motion to specifically have the expense paid, because what you're having to do then is set up a separate account for those revenues.
This is right, you have no authorization for the expenditure.
I mean, it's in the operating budget.
Well, wasn't
You
it?
can
Well, why don't
collect
we
you
check
can
it and we'll
collect
move forward with
revenues
the next.
because you have a warrant article to be able to collect and accept
Okay.
donations.
Well,
in
let
those
us research that.
Okay.
All right. Anybody have anything else to quiz Annie on?
We're looking forward to good programs, so that's, I have to
Thank
say, I'm
you.
sure we'll see them too.
Yeah, pretty excited for.
All right, thanks, Ted.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so are we just gonna keep skipping public works?
Well, while
While
because no one's
Chris is
here
here,
for
let's
public
go to
works, so while
facilities
Chris is here,
maintenance.
if we can go ahead and maybe do facility maintenance. Which is on page 30.
Page 30.
So then I get shifted. Oh, this is in these chairs, really bad. All right, Chris, what you got for us? We're going from 95,000 to 127, so it's gotta be good.
Which one you want to do first? We're going facilities, we're going.
Facilities, yeah.
This is under facilities. So the first thing I wanted to ask you is on page 30, under rentals. The only thing that's listed is a tractor rental, but as was clarified when you weren't here, it's not actually a tractor anymore, it's a skid steer. So is there something else under that? Rental?
No, but the should, says 800, it's actually $1,000 a month. So that's why that number was high.
So Nick, we check that.
But
one
we
out.
only rent that for 4 or 5 months. a year.
I get it, beginning of November, and I sent it back April.
5 months.
Last
November,
year,
December.
I think I sent it back.
I sent it back to
I
first
think I
of
sent
April.
it back the end of March.
That's 5 months.
Well, 5 months. So, about
Depends
$5,000.
on the year too.
But we can buy our own for, what was it, 55?
But I guess I'm looking to get in the transfer station skid steer next year, so that'd be a
Possibly.
possibility.
But there's nothing else in there under those rentals.
No.
I do have a floor set.
Oh, yeah. That's the floor standard.
And what were we sanding?
I was sitting, I started staying in the porch down at the
So for all seasons.
So is that 2,400 for the floor sander? How much are we paying to rent that?
It was.
Because it'd be
20.
5,000 for the,
We paid 129.70.
So how are we anticipating $7,400 this year? Under rentals.
Did you anticipate any other rentals just besides this skid steer?
I'm probably gonna rent the sander and stuff again, but I got finished a porch down at the rec center and stuff.
So that's another $100 and something dollars.
Something like, and I'm probably gonna end up at some other stuff too.
Now it looks like it's still gonna be $2,000 over. More budget, more than we budgeted it.
Shall we reduce it to 5,000?
Well, no, we're more than 5,000 for rent. We're at least at $5,500 right now.
Oh, 55.
And
We
then-
could probably reduce it to 64. I never know when I need to rent anything for the rec center.
Right.
Kids are going ceiling tiles or.
Oh, we'll bring like a cherry picker.
Yeah, a lift or something.
but we wouldn't do that for one. We'd wait until they ruin like
Yeah.
10. And then go. We used to have an issue with that with the basketball program. Yeah. That's what time I boot them out. Under professional services, safety. We budgeted $300 in 2021 and there's nothing in 2020.
Yeah. We figured that was for. Stuff.
What page was that again?
This is page 30. Under professional services, safety.
Because I thought it was for safety, like clothing and stuff.
Oh,
like
that's
that, but
right.
We ended up finding out it was for, what do you guys tell me it was for?
I think that was for training, wasn't it? It took some safety training or something like that.
I don't recall.
I can't remember that.
I mean, my,
I can't remember what the safety line I was at.
Well, we have safety under other, hold on, just, that's under an expense.
so I think we didn't
Solid
budget anything
solid
this year.
waste
simply
we
because-
have under safety. We have,
This is what I figured was for safety was actually something different, so.
so does anybody know what the safety line item really is for? Because it's in other budgets, so there's a clothing allowance for the transfer station, then there's also a safety line item for 1,300.
There's also,
Under
there is already a
professional
clothing, there's
services.
a clothing item here.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, so that shouldn't be under clothing.
Right.
Yeah, clothing line, I got in the cemetery. Let me get all the clothing for.
So what is your, what is your clothing budget cover, Chris? Because you went from 800 to 500. I know the transfer station
So-
gets boots. Like who gets boots? Who gets jackets? Who
Oh,
gets what?
this previous year, it was the first time I actually had a line of clothing. So I went out and got t-shirts, sweatshirts, stuff. Including a hat. So that way, I actually ordered some more the other day, so that way, hopefully, next year I will have a full hat, so. And then I buy a pair of boots for myself when I need a pair of boots.
T-shirts say Town of Belgrade on them?
Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah, they're orange. Whatever, I see them in the cemetery.
So the t-shirts, so you get t-shirts, sweatshirts, and a pair of boots for you.
And I get a t-shirt and sweatshirts for the crew.
T-shirts and sweatshirts for the crew. Okay. Are they required to wear steel-toed boots?
Yes.
But we don't assist them at all with that cost, but we assist the folks at the transfer station with that cost?
Is that true, Chris?
I guess Ken gives a voucher.
Well, I guess what we're asking is, do we provide boots for facility maintenance? We should.
Up to a certain line item.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It's like Cadillac boots.
Right, but we don't,
That can come out of the money we save for the skid steer.
right.
Just move that down, just move that down.
They've never done it before, so.
Okay, we should do that.
So,
It's-
yeah, so I'd like
it's
to
the
just
same
see,
So then if we do that, we're gonna have to increase the cooling budget.
But we already took money out of, or we talked about taking money out of the rental budget.
So the cooling budget's under the cemeteries.
clothing
There's-
budget is
it's
right
under-
here under facilities, so if there's a secondary one for
Yeah, you have a
clothing for the
$500 budget
cemetery.
for clothing on page 30, Chris. Under supplies.
And is there a clothing budget for cemetery?
Maybe the facilities.
Yes, there's no clothing for some.
It's just facilities.
The line items in all the different facilities for, I'll bring it up since I'm the one that does it, the fire extinguishers. How do you guys come up with your budgeting amounts on those? Because I know this year, I mean, you're over budget. I mean, well, not as far as you've over budgeted. Let me
I
put it
didn't
that
know if
way.
you were gonna do an increase or anything,
Oh.
so.
No, but right now, I find in the Center for All Seasons, you got 525. Now, does that include the fire alarm testing too?
Yeah.
Okay. And then a lot of the other facilities, you got 115 this year. It's gonna be about $50 a piece. The actual. But you did on some locations, like on the Lakes Fire Station, they've got a budget at 75, which I don't understand why it's not the same budget as the other ones if they're doing a general. And there was another one in here that's budgeted at $90, you know, and it's.
I flagged a couple of those
It's like-
myself.
I'm actually I don't understand why the fire department's fire extinguishers are built in the facility maintenance budget, because their trucks are part of their inspections. And every time they use one on a call and stuff, is the town paying for it on a facilities maintenance or the fire department budget?
I mean, we can put that, if you want, we can put that under fire. That's where it's been since I took over, so.
Yeah, I just assumed that in the facility maintenance budget for the fire departments, if there's a fire extinguisher expense, it's for the one that's hanging on the wall.
Yeah,
Of
see,
the-
it's
of the
not,
fire station.
like when I go down and do each building, you know, it's $50 to do the extinguishers, but we're doing all the trucks and everything
Yeah.
else. I mean, you may have a couple one on the wall in North Belgrade, but the rest of them are all on all the trucks.
Right, but I would think, again, I would think that that would be, and the ones on the trucks would be an expense for the fire department as opposed to
Right.
facilities.
But they don't get broken down that way in the invoice. Is what I'm telling you.
Oh,
It's
you
per location.
just do one cost per location?
Yeah. But the ones on the fire department, you might want to actually move to fire department budgets. It's not a whole lot of money, but if they use a bunch of fire extinguishers, you could easily go over what you're estimating on here. Because I know right now I've got two of them that have been used in the fire department for refill.
Yeah. So you're obviously our resident expert, Dan. What would you suggest that we budget for fire extinguishers?
Well, right now, go with what's on. I would keep them all the same. If you're gonna have 115, I'd go 115, not 75 on one and 90 on the other.
So just 7.
But what I can do is from now on, if you want, now that, I've never seen a broad breakout like this before. I can give you an estimated cost ahead of time for the following year off my extinguisher reports, because that tells me what's due for test and what's not due for test. This year, you really had nothing due for test. So most of the locations is gonna be $50 per location. Next year, you might have some tests, so you may be, some may be 50 and some may be 150. So I can give you that in the long run. They're gonna break that out like this, so you can give you a little better idea.
So are you saying this year we should budget 115 for every location?
I would, because I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now, unless I bring it back to you and you guys change this. I could probably give you a better idea of what it's gonna cost. I mean, if you were saying use the same figure from last year's budget, I haven't billed you, that's why nothing's zero, I
Right.
just did them all.
Right.
It's gonna, most of them are gonna be $50 slips instead of $150 slips.
Okay.
So.
All right. Why do we, snow removal for the Center for All Seasons, are we charging ourselves $500 now for that?
So my understanding is that's a line item if we had a heavy snow season where we would have the snow trucked away.
Trucked away or I need to get to the bigger loader. I'll push the banks back.
Okay, I pay $50 an hour for a loader to come in and widen my driveway. $500 seems like a lot.
Depends on how many times I got to do it a year.
How many places do you do it?
I mean, are we busy enough that the Center for All Seasons needs to? I guess, so when I picture my driveway, I've got the north wind that comes and it blows half my lawn off into the driveway when it's really crazy windy. So usually once, possibly twice a year, I have to pay somebody $50 to come in and widen it a little bit. So I guess I'm trying to picture the Center for All Seasons, like, should we have all the parking lots open, like?
Yeah, so the last couple of years I've been actually able to bring the skid steer down and keep ahead of it. So
We've had kind of light winters the last 2
yeah,
winters
so
too.
I've been doing it myself, so.
Because I just don't remember us in the past having to pay to have the snow trucked out of there. We got a lake
Yeah.
beside it, so it's not like it's gonna go very far. It's eventually gonna melt.
I think we put some on the lake.
And just under the budget.
Well, we don't,
they've always
but if
had
we make a
budgeted-
snowbank, eventually it's going down to the lake. What's up?
That's what they had budgeted before I took over, so.
Well, the last actual is 719.
And that's why.
It's been done
Also,
before.
Same thing every year. It has been done before, Rep. I don't remember us having to truck it there.
We moved the snow before at there and at the lake station, well, all the stations actually. But you start making $150 an hour, doesn't take long to add up to $500.
Okay.
We just push it back. And if he gets kids here, he can do 90% of it with that.
And the septic pumping, I'm seeing that in a lot of them this year.
Yeah, other than that, they recommended it every 2 years. And then pumped out, so
When was the last time we had them done?
last year.
Okay.
Looks like 2020
And then-
and 2021, we had them pumped. So that would be us pumping it every year.
I didn't pump it this year.
We've got an expensive 480 in there.
I pumped down the rec center because I had the issues with the kids flushing stuff down, so I had to pump that pollution tank twice. And then I got more people over at Dalton property, so I talked to them the other day and they're recommended every 6 months for that one. Because I got 6 people using one tank, so.
And what's happened at the Belgrade Health Center is because of the pandemic and people using these wipes, they throw them in the john even though they're not supposed to. So we've had basically the thing back up and now we're pumping it proactively quite frequently.
Yeah, well, I know the Dalton property was backed up. I went down to do the extinguishers and I called up. I said, yeah, it stinks outside down here.
I told them every people were using it and they recommended that one probably every 6 months. But
How big is that holding tank?
it's only a 1,000-gallon tank.
Jack?
Back to the Center for All Seasons, I see under the building expenses, septic tree work, groundwork, railing. In 2019, the actual was $1,000. $3,760 for 2020. $10,000 budgeted for this year. Year to date so far, 8,670, and then initial for 2022 is 20,000. That's kind of a tough trend.
I've got that one
big jump.
circled on mine too, Jack.
Huh?
That one's circled on mine too.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit more
So
about
we
that.
got, we got a 5,000 septic tank that's gonna be going in. I got railings around the building, that's another $5,000.
So back up, so we're putting a new septic system into the
Just
Center
a
for All
tank.
Seasons?
On the outside bathrooms, it goes to a pumping station, which is only a 200-gallon tank. And so every time a kid flushes something down the toilet that's not supposed to be flushed, it goes in, plugs the auger, overflows the tank. I had to go down there, get it pumped out, then call Bruce.
Because I thought it was Bruce, because I remember the kids were very excited about getting to
So
watch him
in
walk
a
and
2 week,
then promptly flush the
period, I had
t-shirt.
I pumped it twice. And so our recommendations was to put a 1,000-gallon tank in, leave the pump in there. So if kids did flush something into the toilets, they just go to the bottom of the tank and not plug the pump. And we will still pump the liquids to the pumping station, and then every year I was having to pump, at the end of the season, I haven't pumped that tank. So it's about $5,000 there. And then I got tree work, I'm gonna shovel dead trees down there that need to come down. And then I'm gonna trim the branches between the building and the lake, so that way you can get a better view, and then Ann can have a better eye view of what's going on down by the water.
Are we allowed to trim the trees that close to the lake?
I gotta get a hold
I was over here like code enforcement and my brain says no.
of. Yeah. No,
It
I
says,
gotta- I gotta-
We don't care about the
If-
view.
if
We care about the lake.
The dead stuff can be cut off, but
And then I'm
nothing
gonna,
live.
then I'm just gonna trim some higher level stuff, so.
You'll have to find out about that.
Yeah. So I-
And
I
then
get-
within so many feet, you can't, not supposed to trim any live limbs off.
And then I got some trees out front that I'm gonna cut down, so. And then the pass,
What are you cutting down out front?
the section to the left of the corner, I'm gonna bunch of this up there. You know,
And this, so, okay,
that's including in the cost.
Jack,
How much of the underground work was done on this year's budget? And how much is left over to do on the proposed budget?
I started doing the drip edge rocks around the building. I got all that, that's 3/4 of the way done. And then the mulch done on the playground, then we'll put the reclaim on the path that's coming in.
I was thinking of the septic work.
And none of it's done.
None was left, that's all done?
No, it hasn't been done at all.
Hasn't been done at all?
No.
Okay. Well, that's, is that the bulk of the $20,000?
Pretty much, yeah. That and the tree work.
so then 8,670 was essentially spent on,
The
Just-
the new doors, painting, and some other stuff in the building this year.
okay, see, this is when I get anal and want a better explanation. This is septic tree work, groundwork, ramp.
That's for this coming year.
That's what this,
The reclaim that you're gonna be putting down, what paths are you putting down?
The walking paths, like the main walking paths that goes down around to the water and stuff.
Okay, Ricky, can you put reclaim on paths going down to the water? I thought it had to be crushed rock or,
yeah, it doesn't have to be something that's biodegradable.
I believe it can be reclaimed because it packs and doesn't wash away. So you can use that. He's not going right to the lake with it.
No.
Something that's a stable, I don't know what, stable material, and that stuff is stable.
Let's just look and make sure.
Yeah, check with. Last I knew it had to be crushed rock and it had to be washed.
I wanted to make it so, because we're getting more and more elderly people I noticed going down there, so I figured if they walk down with a walker or something, that the park mulch is not.
Yeah.
That.
This rock is not safe to walk on.
I know, but
Right.
the
so
last
then if
thing I
we're looking
read
at-
2 years ago in shoreline zoning said it had to be mulch or crushed rock, so I just want to make sure we're right.
I thought it was a crusher dust or something down, some of the packs.
Just check with code enforcement.
Pressure dust is the same stuff.
Is that underground work, back to the septic system, is that underground work of tanks, long range that can be treated as a capital expense and maybe used under the reserve account? Or is that all one-year expense?
That'd be just a one-time expense.
So to answer your question, it could be a capital expense.
That might, it would help the budget.
Just bring it up in case it does.
Yeah.
And to go back to the tree work, is that something that you do yourself? Or do you-
No.
You have to hire that?
I got a price and everything.
Okay, okay,
Also,
okay.
That's not something that we have to do.
No.
So we're just considering doing it for aesthetics.
that reason I got a bunch of dead trees that are gonna fall. Wouldn't take much.
Being around kids, I don't want dead trees falling.
Wouldn't take much for.
Well, I think I'm still trying to brainstorm though.
There's one big giant one next to the outside bathrooms and then 4 or 5 birds that are dead going down, so it's one, so. That was a big expense. One next to the bathrooms, a good size one is pretty well dead.
I have got.
So Chris, did you say you were taking down that many trees?
Yeah.
Are we thinking of replanting once they're taken down?
No.
Should we?
No place to really replant.
Well, if you have 6 trees going down, there should be places to put others in.
Where these 6 are going down is already a cluster.
I think this is one of those deals almost like the transfer station. I'd like to see what is our 5-year plan? I don't want us to take 6 trees down and then people are complaining because now there's no shade in the whole middle
Oh, no,
area
you
of
won't,
the
you
area.
won't, you won't. It's gonna be shit.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is, I mean, I like to know what is our long-term plan for the summer fall seasons? Do we have one? Because we seem to keep popping stuff up, and when we do, sometimes they're big money projects. And then they're dragged out over 3 or 4 years. So have we finished last year's project? Or are we carrying more of that forward?
No, pretty much this year's project is done.
Because I thought everything, the doors, the outside, all of that stuff we budgeted for a couple of years ago. And the painting, the staining and all of that stuff. So now,
No, that was this year's budget, the doors.
the shoring up the outside, the stuff, problems with the overhang. All of that stuff was a big project that we budgeted for. And then had to come back and there was more money that we had to put towards it. Because it was split into 2.
Are you talking about the siding?
The siding,
Yeah.
the
that was-
external stuff, because the external stuff we budgeted for already last year.
2019, 2020. When they did the outside work.
Because that had already been sort of done whenever I started.
That was done when I started.
Well, wait, no, I'm talking about the contract for that was already all done, so by the time I got here, it was just a matter of.
Because then there was the
getting the
north
work
face of the building that wasn't done, so we were carrying that project forward for another year. And
So-
has that been done? Because
No,
if
so-
that's not done, then I don't want us taking on additional new projects
So
until we finish what we
So are you
started.
talking about adding the storage and then doing something with the roof for when the snow and ice comes off the roof. over
Yeah,
there
no,
where the circle drop off is.
Yeah,
So no, that has not been done. That's like $100,000 project.
so we were already supposed to be pushing some of that off for, was it this year's budget or this coming year's budget? Because once again, I don't want us having half of something done and then we move on to other projects and 10 years from now, we're like, ah, crap, we never did finish that big project at the Center for All Seasons. And look at all the damage that's been done from the water buildup because we didn't finish a project.
Well, because that's such a large project, $100,000, is my assumption that we'd be paying for that out of the capital reserve. And so we've been building the capital reserve after having the siding done, because the siding was paid out of the capital reserve.
Okay, so the ice jams and that, how's that looking for this year?
The ice jams.
Yeah, there were ice jams and stuff, the giantess icicles because of the way that the water traveled. So we were remedying that situation on that end of the rec center. We're not.
I haven't had any problems with ice jams.
Thought this was the whole reason that we were talking about doing the stuff on the far end of it was because of the way the water traveled and that it
We were
was.
gonna fix the roof and when we put the addition on, we was gonna fix the roof so that way. It was right there over the kitchen, there was always snow piling out there, we had to shovel it off, so. So I
Right.
came up with a solution to get it so the roof was actually up higher, so when I come off the main roof, instead of a 20-foot drop, it came down and then off to the other roof. So that way it would eliminate the snow built up on the roof itself. It would solve all the problems.
Do we have a 5-year plan for the Center for All
We do not.
Seasons? Can we, God's sakes, can we get one?
Yes.
Because I don't want to be doing this or we're like 3 years ago or 1 year ago or whatever. We've got to have a plan in place so that we can make sure we're checking stuff off as we're doing it. We're making sure we budget for what we need budgeted for and we're staying ahead of the curve with things like septic issues and that. Like it's like a surprise today that we're gonna spend that amount of money on a septic thing. We barely got a little blip about a t-shirt getting flushed over the summer. So we're not really being kept in the loop. But my philosophy is kids can't be in the bathroom and using it properly. They don't get to go to the bathroom without a pass. You know, if this happens once, it happens twice, but I hate to see us spend a whole bunch of money, $5,000 on something that maybe isn't even gonna take care of the situation, except the t-shirt's gonna be at the bottom of the tank instead of plugging a pipe. To me, it seems like it costs less to unplug a pipe than it would be for us to redo.
It's expensive to fix that up.
It is, so they don't let the kid go in. They gotta get a pass and they gotta have, you know, your bathroom
Used to
time.
be an alarm set to the thing, so it was, if something happened, the alarm would go off, but I was told the second time that the alarm hasn't hooked up for like 5 or 6 years, so.
See, that's the stuff that drives me banana wackies. Oh. All right.
Then I plan on replacing the railing around the porch.
Yeah, if we can just get stuff like listed. Like, what are your plans? How do you want to do it? What's the time frame? So we can really start just looking at a whole program. would be. Now, I had an asterisk here, Chris, under contracted services. So under Center for All Seasons, there's contracted services and there's rentals. What, page 31. So what goes into, so the rentals, you just were saying that a rental of some sort of a lift would come under a different budget over here, would be under your rentals under services. So under facilities maintenance general. So under the Center for All Seasons, what would that rental line item cover?
The previous, I believe that was the rental of the porta potty stuff by the.
We're talking about the center, right?
Yeah,
That's the dumpster we have out there.
Yeah.
So if it costs 1819 in 2020, we're only budgeting $1,000 this year.
The programs, yes, touch.
But if we're anticipating more next year.
Because when I looked at the price, it was only like $95 to $100 every time they come pick it up, so.
And then contracted services, what's that one under there?
Seems to vary quite a bit.
Contract services. Just make sure that's the right one. Yeah.
Well, he's looking that up. Hey, Chris, the other day when you called, was those batteries and that fire panel again?
Yeah. But the ones that took out, I saved because they were,
They were just put in.
yeah. July.
Yeah. You got a problem, you got a problem with that panel.
So I saved them. So it's on my
Yeah, you
account.
put them on a 12-volt trickle charger, but at some point, you're gonna have to budget for that replacement of that panel.
One panel or just.
That, I don't believe you're gonna, the chargers usually built into the computer boards. So you're probably gonna have to budget somewhere around $1,000 to have that replaced.
Okay.
Contract services is the sprinkler system. I guess it gets inspected.
Yeah.
And there's a pretty pricey exam that's going on
Yeah.
this upcoming warrant.
Yeah, you gotta have your backflow stuff done, I believe.
Just came and checked the water and make sure we were jumping it there. Last week.
All right, and then pages 31 into 32, we have North Belgrade Community Center electricity, 1,600. And then on the next page, we have, what's the difference between electricity and what we're using for electrical?
That
Is
is
there-
like, when I have Dan or somebody go and change light bulbs, fix a switch, the emergency lights, that's that. And the electrical on the other side there, in 31 is the power bill.
So
You
the
don't change our
electricity,
light bulbs?
I do.
so the electricity is like Chris said, the power, and then at the very bottom, the last line on page 31, at the bottom, repairs and maintenance, so that electrical line item is the first line item under repair. So if there's something that we need generators and main to come fix, that's what it's paid.
And we have, do we have a repair scheduled for up there that we've budgeted $3,000 for?
The back door, back exit door. The building has always been like ice and water build up there in the winter time, so I was gonna put a small roof over that, so that way. If somebody needed to exit that door, they don't get pounded, and it's always half an inch of ice, and I always have to chisel and shovel and salt it, so. I figured the safety hazard, so I want to put a small roof over that back door, just to keep the snow and stuff from building up. Leaking into the building. Almost like what I did by the back door. Soft stuff that I need to fix, so.
All right, under, I just want to check and make sure, because of course, we all know the standard offer for electricity is going up at 30%. So are we budgeting enough for electricity across the board? Because we look like, when I just look at the fire department in the depot, we budgeted $600 last year, we're only budgeting $500 this year.
I went back and when I budgeted and figured out stuff, I kind of looked at what we're using through the year, and we're way below 600 this year, so.
I'm just wondering, because if the cost is gonna go up, Jack.
Now, do we have a townwide program of looking at LED light replacements? Maybe it's already been done, I just don't know. And I'm not thinking of ones that just go on in the closet for a few minutes a day. But I'm thinking of ones that may stay on all night, like the outside lights at the transfer station and the outside lights we have here. Any lights that we can make a significant saving in power usage on these LED lights.
Most of the lights, all the lights at the transfer station are LED.
They are LED, great, that's great.
Pretty much most all the lights in town are LED now.
Good. Now, how about heat? How do we budget for heat? Because I noticed the heating from one facility to the next bounces around a little bit. Some are right on the money and some are not on the money, but there's the bouncing around. I would think that the fuel company would be able to give a very good estimate, tank by tank, of the annual usage for heating oil in gallons. And you have to make a guess as to what the fuel cost is going to be per gallon.
Well, we actually have the fuel cost because we have Paul from Augusta Fuel gave us a set cost. So we know what our budget is per gallon, if we know how much we use per, how many gallons we use.
Just kind of in the winter, it's gonna be a cold one or.
Yeah, it's gonna change from year to year,
Yeah.
depending on what the winter looks like.
Well, last year we budgeted for the transfer station $1,000 for heating. Well, 2019, we budgeted 1,340. We used 484. 2021, we budgeted 1,000 and used 120, which that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But
We
now
have
we budgeted,
donated waste oil that comes.
Yeah.
right, but this year we hit, now it's 2,500 that we're asking.
But the reason for that is because we don't any longer have that where, and I forget the
Year
exact
ago.
details from Kenny, but Kenny said that we no longer have that amount, so it has increased our heating cost at the transfer station.
Okay.
His name passed away. He donated like.
Yes.
A lot of his oil
Oh,
and.
That was
Walt.
it.
Well, when Walt passed away, yeah. he Gave him transfer station like 200 gallons.
Yeah, that was it exactly.
So that's why we went up this. Ken couldn't really figure out how much he was gonna use, so. So that's why that line went up.
Now, my question was, the oil companies should be able to give you a pretty good idea of usage. I had projected ahead based on degree days, average degree days per month.
Oh, the EDU is contracted services. Okay, so that contracted services is. Well, we've got a couple of different, we've got contracted services. The K-WIS program is $6,000 for. Is that just those 2 porta potties? Yeah, but isn't it just 2 porta potties that we provide over
I
there?
always put one down
Okay, so why did that line item double?
there. That is parks. And down at the
I'm assuming the
park down
rent,
by, park down by Hammond's. The Hayden Park down there, we're on the waterfront, it's on the roadway. So I'm getting with the Seven Lakes Alliance and they're gonna, I'm gonna get some riprap done down there. So I figured about $3,000 for that.
are we looking at the same thing?
Are you on page 35?
Page 35,
Yeah,
park
contracted
services,
services.
there's rentals of new ADA toilets at the park, so 2,400.
Yeah.
And then contracted services, okay, so K-Wisp, are we paying, is it K-Wisp we're paying $6,000 to?
No, it's only
3,000.
3,000. The other 3,000 is for move prep at the Eden Park.
Okay, so we need to split that out then. So 3,000 for K-Wisp and 3,000. Does that make sense for erosion control?
A lot of these line items here, fire department, you have the line item for the overhead doors for the maintenance and
Right.
stuff. Why don't you have it on the maintenance garage? I know they were just up there fixing your garage doors. You don't have a line item for your doors. Oh, on the facilities maintenance garage, I don't see one for doors. So shouldn't that have a line item there for that too? If you're gonna have to maintain those every year?
I thought there was one. Yeah, for garage doors on the.
And then should the K-Wisp program be under Parks and Recreation? Like our actual Parks and Recreation? Should that $3,000 be coming from that?
About $3,000 paid for the moment.
Well, it's given to them and to help cover those costs and any additional business.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
you know,
Yeah.
wherever you guys want to pull from. But
Well, see, that's different than K-Wisp or K-Wisp mowing.
Then why are we giving them $3,000?
Well, then maybe we should reduce that.
Well, if we're doing the mowing, let's give them nothing.
Yeah. So let's just reduce, that to the 3,000 for the riprap.
Well, but shouldn't we, because it was to offset the donation because Kenneth Workman used to come and mow it. And he would mow the whole area, not just that section that was being used. So that's why we would give them money, but then when he passed away, did the town take over the mowing?
This year we did.
So just this year.
But he passed away several years ago.
They were having some problems with their contractor getting it done on a regular basis for the Little League season.
So we no longer get the $3,000.
All that goes towards buying new forms.
No, let's just remove it and altogether.
Okay, look, we just saved $3,000. All right, anything else that anybody is wondering? All right, seeing none, let's move on to cemetery.
Which is on page 28.
Thank you.
All right,
He's not
thanks
done yet.
Stays for the next meeting.
Jack said I can go.
All right, so what are we renting at the cemetery for $600?
So, that's the one I put out there for people during funerals. There, sometimes people stop by.
So we do it for 6 months and it's $100 a pop,
Yeah.
and that one's handicapped accessible, right? Because the
Um,
handicap one is $100 a month and not handicapped is 75.
Let's see, I think that.
That one's just a regular one.
I think the regular one is 75 and the ADA is 100.
Yeah.
You remember, Nick?
I think it's 125.
Or is it 100 and 125?
I think so. I can check.
Okay.
When I use it at the cemetery, it's not just a regular.
No, it's 100, you're right.
Just a regular.
I
For
thought
the
it was
ADA.
For
100.
the special, yeah, the special.
I don't know, I think we did figure in for handicap one, that's why we went to 600.
Oh, that's right. So after we had the 88 porta potty at the Village Green,
Melanie said,
Melanie said, why don't we have that at other places? And Anthony said, yeah, why don't we? And so wherever we can accommodate an ADA toilet in 2022, we're gonna put one there. You know, like at Peninsula Park, there's a little shed, or on Long Pond Beach, there's a little shed, and you could fit one of those in there. So the places that we can put them, we are budgeting for those.
We had one at, North Belgrade Community Center.
That's right. We added one at the community center for the playground.
Yeah, because there were people crossing the street or something.
I'm sorry,
Is there something about people
They
who
were
are
going to
crossing the
they're going to
street?
the fire station. and we're going over there.
but we wanted to make it more convenient for families and less dangerous crossing the road.
Right,
And it's not just across the road, it's down.
Yeah,
there.
right.
it's over the river and through the woods.
Yeah. just about.
All right. It's probably the least marked up one I had. So Phil, I don't even have anything to like power quiz you on.
That's all right.
You're okay with that
Happy
today?
But I have a question about office supplies. Is it office supplies? The cemetery where it was $1,050 year to date. And the budget for 22 is only $150.
So we just rolled that into general government. Or it didn't, I mean, to me, it didn't make much sense to have the cemetery buying office supplies. Chris needs office supplies. Get them here at the town office.
Okay.
So why do we even have that line item? Why are we even budgeting the 150?
We could eliminate.
Yeah, let's get rid of that. And then what's under operating supplies? We had $2,000 budgeted. That one's tends to be over 2,000, but we budgeted just 2,000 if we spent less than 500 this year. What's covered under that operating supplies?
I have like line for this, for the weed whacker, stuff like that, tools for Shaw, stakes to close off road, paint. Hardware, new signs, trash cans.
It should be updated.
That's it right now.
So probably I call operating supplies, might be better off changing the title of maintenance supplies. We won't ask the same question next year.
Right, but then we're gonna be like, why isn't it under facilities maintenance if it's maintenance supplies?
Because we split the bill between the
Cemetery and-
two things.
Yeah, I don't think cemetery has a budget under facility
No,
maintenance,
it's a-
because it is essentially maintenance.
We split the costs on. So we have to work.
And what's the $300 for food and water?
That is the water that I had to buy for my crew during the summer,
Drinking water.
drinking water, because I had no drinking water at the garage.
What's my boss about my water? I have to go buy water, take it with me. I just pack it in the morning when I go to work.
We provide water for this. We provide water.
And how much are they getting? Are we buying it by the gallon? Are we buying?
I buy bottles.
Okay. So you get like what, 10 cases
I try to
from
buy-
Sam's Club for $3 something a piece, so that gets you
I
about
was
10
going- I was
cases. a
gonna try to
month.
go to Sam's Club once Nick gets me the Sam's Club card.
Whatever he buys is more than enough. So people can't think of bringing their own water. We got a problem.
I had.
Well, I
had to
remember
stock up
years
like
ago,
4
we had
times
asked
this
for
year.
that because at the transfer station,
They should be
You
bringing
know.
their own water too.
well, but they always did have to bring the water, and if they ran out of water, then you were SOL, because it's not like the transfer station's close to anything, they're not on the road, they couldn't go out and just grab a drink. So they were kind of trapped there for the day, which is why we started supplying water, but the water came from the fire department, because they had the abundance of water, so they would bring that over. Are we still sharing some of that expense somewhat, or just?
No, the fire department water is the fire department water.
Yeah, you can't use fire department water for
Yes,
that.
fire department water.
Yeah, because they used to, I remember they used to bring cases of water
It's
over.
supposed to.
Because it's free, donated.
Bowling Spring finds out, they'll shut it off.
Well, they don't do it
Let's just
anymore.
hope they take the bottles over to the transfer station.
That's why,
Terminals.
that's why all the bottles we get at the fire department, we have to throw in the trash too. You can't recycle them.
New batch,
No
new batch.
red labels on them. No deposit on.
Oh, well, we could take those to the transfer station and
them. They'd have to
recycle
be
them for
recycled,
revenue.
but Yeah, that way, but there's no deposit on them.
Yeah.
You have flags for Memorial Day. Weren't there flags for Veterans Day this year?
Yeah.
Should that be on?
It's on the flags. Memorial Day flags.
Did you just leave them all summer?
Yeah, they stay out until November.
Oh,
Sixth.
Till after Veterans Day.
After
That's Veterans Day, the 11th.
Yeah. So I usually try to get them Friday or.
Thursday, Friday.
But this covers that.
What is the cemetery software license?
That is my Sims program.
It's your what?
Sims program.
It's like a.
Plots the way it's like.
it's like a
Who's
GIS
playing where?
program for
And is that a annual cost that we have
That's
to pay?
a yearly cost, yeah. Wow. That should be going out. pretty soon.
Yeah.
You can't have more people die, it'll cost us more
That's the
money.
80th time I've heard that question.
Well, it wasn't
But
on there in
2019, we
2019.
budgeted nothing.
20.
And I remember us talking about this last year. What was the deal with last year? Because we didn't spend any money on it.
When we upgraded the program, when we went, they pretty much forced us to go to the cloud. The Sims, so the price went from $600 up to almost $2,000 because the new software program, they weren't gonna service the original program. So they pretty much, everybody that had the original program was forced to go to the cloud. Or they weren't gonna service us.
If memory serves me correctly, when we acquired that program, we paid for it out of the cemetery reserve. And then this is the annual cost. So this first 2021 represents the first year, and we're billed for that at the end of the
Yeah,
year.
we should be getting it very soon.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, we don't want to lose it.
And we paid for that out of capital reserve since it was just a one-time cost for the acquisition of the software.
The other question, flags for the flagpoles, where do those come out? Are they, did I miss these?
That's included with the flag, Memorial Day flags and stuff, that's all comes out of that.
So that's the big ones and the little ones.
Yeah.
So the flag, the American flag and state flag in the park, in the village comes out of the Memorial Day.
No,
the flag
that
here.
comes out of parks.
That comes out of parks, and there was a lot, I
Yeah, the ones that I have on the totem poles going up the cemetery road come out of Memorial Day. flags.
Okay. And the one out front comes out. of the-
That comes out of town office.
And did the $500 get spent on the flags down in the village?
I think on the next warrant, we have flag replacements on the warrant you'll see for Tuesday.
No, not the flags, the wreaths. Did I say flag? I meant
Yes.
wreaths. Sorry. I was picturing a wreath.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, so that'll be on the warrant Tuesday as well.
Okey doke.
How about the Veterans Memorial in Belgrade Lake Village? That was resurrected.
Maintenance on that somewhere.
We have the maintenance on that.
Now they just worse that.
Right, but
And
we're
there's
gonna
some-
change out the lights, right?
Yeah, the lights and then put in some different plants.
Different plants. Okay.
But as far as doing anything with it, other than that, you can't do anything with it.
Okay, it stays where it is. and-
Oh, yeah.
It's covered.
But as long as there's enough money there to for upkeep, if you're gonna fix any bricks or. point.
Last couple of years, him has been donating bark mulch for us, so, and then last year, Nation Oceans, allowed me to get some bark mulch for it.
How about cleaning and stuff like
I've
that?
been cleaning it and pruning the flowers and putting the flags out.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
We'll make it pretty. in the
And it
spring.
looks a lot better than it used to some years back too. It's
Oh, yeah.
much nicer than it was.
I'm good with
Something else?
Yeah, I'm good with the cemeteries. Anybody else? All right, so then where are we gonna go next? I got about
So
10
it's
minutes.
3 o'clock. We could either do general government, social services, or we could do public works.
Pick one, 'cause it's gonna be the last one we do.
General government.
General government it is,
Okay, so-
for one,
So that-
100, the big winner.
So general government is page 14.
Thank you, guys. So wages went down for the Board of Appeals. Didn't we hire a secretary or something for them last year?
That was for the planning board.
Okay, so not the Board of Appeals. So who are we paying $500 to?
I'm sorry, say that. again.
Who are we paying $500 to for the Board of Appeals?
Well, we're not unless we need to. Norma Blazer has been very generous in taking care of the Board of Appeals minutes, but should she decide she no longer wants to do that, then probably call someone to do that.
Good question on this select board.
Yes,
What are benefits? I know what we get paid under salary. What's the benefits?
you still have to pay FICA.
So that's what they kind of benefits. That's what they put FICA?
Yes.
Okay. So I noticed back in 2020, and actually you also had $600 in wages. So I couldn't really figure out what, is that because you split it off the 6,000? It's just kind of a weird.
I think in 2020, I think whenever you did, I was pulling your $100 out of the wrong account.
Oh, okay.
So I fixed that after
So-
the 6th time.
So there's nothing budgeted for the FICA then for 2022. That line item is zero.
Yeah.
Oh, it should be. There should be something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But, just checking.
That's right. Benefits, it's like, okay, we had benefits up till this year.
Times are tough.
And where's that $1.50 an hour?
What's the 4880 that was spent out of the select boards under an expense?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
4880 under the select board's expense.
Nameplates, the nameplate, and I guess we removed the code.
Barbara would like one.
Okay.
She's gonna set it just
So we
right.
can hammer that out.
Oh.
Give that to Chris.
Exactly. Oh. Now, I'm gonna pop right on over to under professional services on page 15.
Yes, let's talk about that.
So we've got legal budgeted 35,000 in 2021.
Mhm.
We expended 39,769. So I thought the thought process was by going to a $12,000 legal services with some left over for planning board stuff. I guess picturing in my head would be more at like 24,000, but it looks like we're still budgeting for 36,000.
So, and this is a good thing to talk about. We definitely think that we should budget something for the planning board, just because that's where the source of most of our litigation is from planning board decisions. The other $12,000 was just anything other litigation that we might face. So, whether or not we want to budget anything for that, how much is up for discussion. So in other words, if we were facing litigation that wasn't related to the planning board, where would we pay for that from? And maybe $12,000 is too much. Now, as I mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting, one of the things that Tom proposed was creating a legal fund that would sort of carry over year after year. So knock on wood, we didn't have to expend it. And we would have it available to us the next year.
And MMA said we could do that. We just had to be very specific about
That's right.
exactly what. it
And
was gonna
so
use.
that's easily done with planning board decisions. Just to say that this amount of money is for litigation related to planning board decisions. Anything else, we may want to consult with Bernstein Sure to see if they can recommend something that would allow us to do that with the other $12,000.
And the advantage of doing that is then we get to build up a reserve fund.
Or you can just carry over what's not spent year after year.
Yeah, 172 to 195 is a pretty good jump.
IT support went up so much.
I'm sorry, say that again, Dan.
Come on, IT support's going up so much.
What page are you on?
15. We budgeted this last year 15,000. We've only spent 12,800. Next year we're budgeting 17,400.
Well, you guys are going to have an opportunity to consider an IT contract on Tuesday night. So we may have a firmer number once that's finished.
Probably year end will be close to 15,000. It's a monthly charge.
So right now, through the end of November, we're 92% of the budget year. We've spent 86% of that line item.
So we're gonna come close to year end.
Under admin,
Increase.
on page 16, under food and water, general government admin continued on the miscellaneous. There's nothing budgeted at all, but you're providing bottled water here, so where does that money?
That came out of elections, those are my leftovers.
So we don't,
You're drinking, huh?
we don't provide bottled water for the staff.
Okay, so I was wondering if we should have it item in there.
That's left over from the election.
Oh.
No, I brought mine from home.
Oh.
Me too.
I
Mine
had it
mine was
in my
frozen in
car.
my car,
just
so I
wanted to go
swooped one
get it.
here.
It was here.
When's our contract up on the website?
I don't remember that off the top of my head. I have to look that up. I believe it was a 5-year contract.
I think it was 5 years ago, but I.
Is that 4610?
Yes.
All right.
Using the website. That's not-
Between Nick and I, one of us is not a very good speller.
It's true.
Town office Christmas party. You're not, this year you spent $168, next year you're not having one?
We are having one. It won't be a taxpayer expense.
When did you have one this year?
We weren't invited.
Guess what?
It's no longer all staff.
It's probably an expense from the end of last year, carried over into 2021, Nick.
Right.
So code enforcement under wages, 24 hours a week, but we're budgeting 42,000.
So
So are we
right-
budgeting for full-time?
No, so right now, We just left that at a nice round figure that was comparable to what was budgeted this year until we figure out what we're doing with our code enforcement. So the offer that was made last week to one of our candidates was a full-time position that was 24 hours a week, code enforcement, 16 hours a week, facility maintenance, and earning different wages for each of those sets of hours.
And when will you know?
We're gonna have a conversation tomorrow. And should that not work out, we have another viable candidate that we will approach.
So under facilities maintenance, where would I find the other part of that?
Oh.
So under facility maintenance, the 2 days a week would replace Andy Davidson's 2 days a week that he worked for facility maintenance.
So 2 part-time, 32 hours during the summer, or the assistant 24 hours?
So we have Wes Day, who's working 1 day a week right now, or 2 days a week right now for facility maintenance. So we may send him back to the transfer station one of those days. And so we're still moving pieces around on the chessboard right now, depending upon what we can get done with the code enforcement officer. And then from there, the dominoes start to fall.
Wait, that's 2 games, dominoes and chess. That's a little complicated.
Well, and I guess I just want to be sure if we are cobbling together potentially 2 things. I mean, for 24 hours a week, 42,000 is not too shabby for money.
No. So.
Because I'm like,
No.
explain to
So-
me
so that-
exactly how
so
that's
that
gonna
was-
work.
The only reason we plugged that figure in was just because it was similar to what we had for 2021. But a new code enforcement officer will not be earning nearly the hourly rate that Gary Fuller is.
So that number is going to come down.
That number is definitely going to come down.
Question on code enforcement officer. Maybe now is a good time to really think about it. It seems to me from what little I've learned in the years I've been in Belgrade, looked at conservation of the lake water quality. That the logical way to approach code enforcement as far as keeping lakes is on a watershed basis, not on a town by town basis individually. Is that theme represented with all? Is it strictly on the town basis?
Ideally, we'll be sharing code enforcement officers with other towns along our lake shores. Have some consistency of that shoreline.
Yeah.
Do you see that in reality? Not
Not at the moment.
Not for a while.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to see have a code enforcement officer who did waterfront pieces. We had another one who did the rest of it.
Well, that makes sense to me too.
And that, I mean, that means you've got to get 4 or 5 towns to agree to do it that way.
Yes.
But if you
It'd
could
probably
have,
be fewer than that, maybe 3 towns max, I think. Because otherwise I think that person would become.
depending how you do it, I mean, you've got. You've got
What I do is what it takes to look at the watershed.
Right. Right.
Because that's what the lakes understand. They don't understand.
Yeah, that's the challenge, but Belgrade does it this way, and here in Rome, they do it a different way in there. But I think big picture, that's where we should be looking.
But I think it's time to at least plant that seed.
Absolutely.
Yep, go ahead.
Rick, I've got to rock and roll because I've got to get to the funeral home. Do you want to take the meeting over from there, or do you want to pass it down to Dan where he's right here?
Has he got, I thought he had to go too.
I'm leaving by 4, so.
He's got 40 minutes.
Let him do it. He's right there.
Okay. You're the one that, so you don't have my hand scratches.
I'm good.
I'm gonna rock and roll. you
To
guys.
really, we really should have everybody there while we're doing this too, so. Want to call?
I wouldn't do anything more than finish up this one we're working on.
Yep, okay.
One of the things on here, we've also got the town manager salary and stuff, but I'd rather discuss that.
We're gonna cut that back, aren't we?
We got a $10,000 increase, and I just want to go over some of the stuff on that. We'll not get into that today, so I think it's gonna take a little time.
Yeah, we want this little.
Yeah, I'll just slide that way a little bit. Yep.
Look at my giant squash. Oh, you just cook it.
So, Anthony, when we were looking at the legal services over here, we had one there that said $24,000. It says 12,000 for contracted services and $12,000 for litigation outside of the planning board. And this is where, this over here on the planning board, this is where you want to add another 12,000.
Yes, sir.
So it's basically the 35 we budgeted this year, just broken in different.
Yeah, still the same amount of money. So that's one I'm gonna have to think about. I don't know as I want to do all that.
Tell me what you're.
The idea was to reduce the legal costs.
Right.
I'd like to show a reduction on it, and if we have to start building up a fund, doing it a little bit at a time.
Okay.
Rather than try to hit it all at once.
And I think that would be fine, Dan. I think that the select board, though, may have to consider doing like you did this year and using some of this special project money for the select board on litigation costs, should that be necessary.
It's one of the things I want to think about. Go back, before we come back. We're gonna have to come back to this anyway.
Yes, certainly.
Advertising. We typically budget 1,000, but we've only spent $106.
That's for legal notices that we are required to publish, should that be necessary.
Okay. But in 2019, we had 0. In 2020, we had 0.
Right.
But we continue to do $1,000.
Well, you know, you just never know. You never know how many public notices we may have to put in the newspaper, but if the.
Well, I'm just curious, because like I said,
I don't know. Mary, what would you be comfortable with?
No, I think that's a reasonable amount because you don't know what's going to be.
Okay.
I just don't know, so.
Talking about the $2,000 for advertising? It's
On page 18, Barbara,
yeah, 18.
line item 2003.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
And so I would also propose this, Representative Newman. It would be great if the legislature would, in that requirement that we have to publish notices in a newspaper that fewer and fewer people are reading, especially when we have the internet by which we could disseminate that sort of information.
Maybe something to look at.
Says a former newspaper man who recognizes that's a racket.
Printing, the miscellaneous says mapping. Okay. Again, $2,500 a year we're budgeting, we're not spending a whole lot of money.
Yeah, so that is something that the planning board this year meant to have some shoreland zone maps redone. And so if we wanted to carry that forward, then we could.
Okay, as long as we're gonna start using it. You know, just, I don't like seeing things carry forward year after year if you're not spending the money. It just tells me that somebody's over budgeting most of the time, if you look at it.
Yeah, understood.
It was probably, I think I saw a meeting owl over here. I think, I don't know, I a lot of times am having a harder time hearing people speak. Do we have, and I know Ricky is at home, is there a way to mic up the system better? Or do we have the equipment we're not using? Used to be, we had, there were mics
Right.
for people at meetings.
Yeah, so, well, those were recording mics, for YouTube. And Nick is much more better at technology than I am. If you were to make the decision, what would you recommend? Pulling those out and trying to find a way to use that, or integrating a second meeting hour?
Well, we have most of the equipment now. I can try to pull that out and see if it works, and then if it's just not working at all, I can look into a second meeting hour.
Yeah.
And I can have that done maybe next week, the week
The-
after.
The only problem is if you can do that and still have that other meeting, if the meeting hour you've got here, you're gonna run into the problem I had last week, because I decided I was gonna bring my laptop in and I put my headset on. And
Right.
it was getting distortion.
Right.
Okay.
So I think if you're gonna have mics down through here, we're gonna have to find a way to eliminate the meeting
Okay.
hour, which means probably going to laptop so that everybody can be seen too.
Well, and I think one of the downsides of bringing that system out and setting it up is once it's set up, you can't be moving the setup of the meeting.
Right.
I mean, you gotta leave it intact as is. You're done.
So I think we may have to try the second meeting hour first, and if that doesn't work, we may end up having to go to individual laptops.
Okay.
Was the meeting hour fairly expensive?
It was $1,000.
Oh, I thought it was like that.
It's better today
Yeah, or
than it has been. It's hard
I
to
think
hear
it's because-
Carol.
I think it's because most of us are closer. I think if you had that one down that way a little farther and one over here, it probably would be better for Ricky.
It probably would be. So what we're trying to do is get everyone closer to it. And so after today, to Tuesday night's meeting, we're gonna have like one line of chairs, and not so people can sit in the back of the room, so that if they're here, they gotta sit in proximity to the meeting hour.
Well, and I tend to speak
Definitely
louder. So maybe we all just need to speak up more, but it is, I mean, sometimes I have hard time hearing Melanie, or if the two of you are talking to each other, to be sitting on the other end, I don't hear it.
Yeah,
And maybe I'm
when you're
just getting
talking,
old.
when you're talking that way, it's hard to hear.
Yeah,
in that way. My wife yells at me. Boy,
The other thing that happens is when there's two conversations going on, you can't hear the person that's doing the talking in the meeting. Like there was 2 or 3 conversations going on today.
Right.
That's all I've got on this.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, well, let me just say just very briefly about the public works budget. It's flat. As far as road maintenance goes, now the plowing contract and the sand and salt contracts, those are what they are. But as far as road maintenance, it's flat. And we increased that by $20,000 this year so that Jason could do some prep work on the roads that we're gonna pave in 2022. But so that we can continue to protect the investment that's been made in those roads, we want to keep that flat and allow him to do more tree trimming, more crack sealing. So
More what?
crack sealing.
Oh, I just said dealing.
I'm paying for this stuff.
I was wondering how the town got so much.
So anyway, so for what
Whether
it's
you're
worth,
listening to.
so for what it's worth, that budget is completely flat. And he's done a good job of spending that this year. I mean, he's down to like this last $7,000 right now in his budget.
Have you explained what the budget includes for paving? Suppose it includes the paving.
We're gonna talk about that Monday night, and then I'm gonna bring the recommendations in on Tuesday. But I've given them sort of where we are right now as a roads committee. Everyone said where we're at.
And so when are we going to finish this review?
That was gonna be the next question. We need to have at least one more budget workshop. We can bring back the things that you guys have talked about today that we need to tweak. So I think we were thinking probably early January. Knowing that we have to have this process done by January 19th.
Right.
You only have three, you have public works, capital reserves and revenues left.
The social services.
And
we
social
could Wrap
services.
that up right now.
Well, that's,
But those are all.
Without
should be
knowing, I'd rather
3.5
know.
seconds.
Okay.
Have a full board.
Yeah, well, because there's a couple new requests in there, so.
You know, we gotta go through that, and then we still, I mean, there may be some other stuff, we're gonna have to come back and hit a couple of those on the next one too, you know, some other
As long as
changes.
it's not another Sunday.
Want to do one some evening?
Nick, Mary, what,
When are we doing it?
well, I don't know. So I would think that if we're going to do more, it would frankly have to be either next week or the first week in January.
I'm not available.
Oh,
next
that's
week.
right. You guys
We're both
are
gone.
gone. That's right. So the first week in January.
What day is that? Is that on Tuesday?
Well, we have a meeting on the 4th, which is a Tuesday.
I won't be there. It's my birthday.
Well,
That's a regular.
That's a regular select board
Yeah, I
meeting,
don't know
so
that
I
we
mean,
wanna-
how about the Wednesday, isn't it Wednesday that Melanie has off?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Fifth.
So I mean, if we're gonna do it,
January 5th.
Maybe it's
Yeah.
like starting at 5.
if we can get in here a little earlier, great.
yeah, whenever Ricky can be available.
Yeah.
I don't, yeah,
What day is that?
when do what time Ricky can get done.
January the 5th.
Wednesday, it's a Wednesday.
What
You
time
gotta
do
check
get
with
here
Melanie and see what
It's
day.
off
off.
that day?
usually.
We'll double check with the two.
I think it's Wednesday.
Yeah. So Rick, January the 5th, which is a Wednesday, what would be the earliest that you would be available?
I should be by 5 if it isn't storming or something. I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if it is, I'll get on my phone while I'm plowing or whatever. I can probably,
I like a good idea.
I've done that, you just listen, you just don't
yeah,
camera, you just listen to what's going on.
good, let's do it.
All right.
Need a motion to adjourn?
5th at 5.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I'll second it.
All right, Ricky.
Yes.
Yes.
Barbara,
Yes.
and yes. we vote.
So we've spent 50 hours and have effectively changed one department's budget line. I think that's,
I can say you did a good job.
no, no.
I think it's good work by the budget committee.
Yeah.
Well, the budget committee's been over 4 times.
You know
And you
what? I
still
think
have
it's
Obviously
like this
not.
every year.
I think this was better than most of the years.
Anthony, is there any chance like I could get a book?
Oh, yes, sir. We've got one here for you. Do you want to swing by tomorrow and pick it up?
Yeah, and I'll bring back the other 2 I got here.
Okay.
I've been on